I am the Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I have made a lot of videos explaining who I am. Yeah. So, it's very early in the morning. It's about 10 to 6 in the morning. 11 minutes to 6 in the morning, if you want me to tell the truth. Okay. And I just got out of bed. And there's a lot of thoughts on my mind. I mean, what do I make a video about? Because there's so many, that's the thing. Sometimes I get, 20 different ideas all at the same time. And where do I go with this? And, there's always research I can do. So, this video, I'm going to explain again who I am. And I will explain various things in the hopes that someone will listen. I suppose, yeah. Anyways, I keep trying. Please excuse the bed hair. I don't have a bed on my head, but my hair is a little bit, well, it's quite common on my videos, really. I tend to shower at strange times of the day, so there you go. Whatever. I don't care. I don't go outside anyway. Most of the time. Sorry, I was dribbling my Monster. My can of Monster. So, in previous videos, I've explained what my thoughts are about Moses and the second beast of the book of Revelation, and how the number 666 is a clue, it's a magic story. I've explained, I'm so tired of saying, it's magic, it's a magic story, words are magic. People are like, duh. They don't care. They're like, what? I mean, what's the... It's so annoying. What do I say to them? What do I say? So I've explained that, I have connections to all these different stories, and, well, I'm God, okay? But, the dragon, okay? I'm a smoker. I once dressed in drag. I even have photos of it. I have them behind me. I could show them to you again, but I don't particularly want to. I'd rather not. But I've talked about it in my previous videos, the last 4 or 5 videos, okay? If you haven't been watching my videos, what's the point? I can make 100 videos, and if all you're going to do is watch 10 minutes of one video, then what's the fucking point? What's the point? Anyways, fuck you. Yeah? If you made it this far. Anyways, well, that's kind of a joke, but I'm not sure if it is. It depends who's watching, I suppose. Anyways, whatever. I just felt like saying it. So much of my time has been wasted. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. If I'm still sat here and I'm 99 years old and I'm still saying that same fucking thing, well, what does it matter, really? What does it matter? I'm God. If the entire world decided to ignore me to the point where, yeah, well, until maybe my body dies, And, well, so what? Does it matter? What does it matter? I think it does. For me, of course. Yeah, for me, because I'm God. So, what I wanted to talk about, I've been thinking about lots of different things, okay? And I told you what I think about Moses, because, in the book of Exodus, I said to him, go speak to Pharaoh. And he's like, yeah, I'm not very eloquent, find somebody else. Like, he says he fumbles with his words. And, I wanted him to speak on my behalf. I wanted him to get to Pharaoh and tell Pharaoh what to do, to let the Israelites go, let my people go. But Moses didn't want to do it that way. He wanted to have Aaron speak on his behalf, because Moses didn't want to speak for himself, which is interesting because Mo says, you understand, it's a magic name, right? Because people say, well, he says, she says. I mean, some people say maybe you're supposed to say it says, but a lot of people say it says. Of course, you probably think, what the hell am I on about? What a bunch of irrelevant garbage. But it's not. I'm God, and words are magic, and words manifest things. Just because you don't understand that, well, that's your downfall, okay? If you don't want to listen, well, don't listen then. Fuck off. Bitch. So, where else can we go with this? So, Moses, the second beast of the book of Revelation, he causes fire to come down from heaven in the sight of men, and he deceives everybody, okay? So Moses, he fits with that story, okay? Not to mention, that's the thing, it has been suggested that Moses had horns, 2 horns coming out of his head. Some people believe that, okay? If you don't, you can go search for that yourself. I'm not going to tell you every single little thing, okay? Otherwise, the video will literally be 5 hours or 10 hours long, okay? And believe me, I make those a lot. And, yeah. So, where was I going with this? Well, okay, so, Moloch, okay? Moloch was considered to be, apparently, a Canaanite false god, right? That was so people sacrificed their children to Moloch, okay? Now, the interesting thing about this is that word loch, or loch. I'm Scottish. I was born in Scotland, and I've lived in England most of my life. The south of England, okay? I've lived in various places. I've lived in the southwest, in Somerset. I've lived in London. I've lived in, me personally, I went to a boarding school in Godalming, in Guildford, when I was, that was a long time ago. I'm 37 now, so yeah, it's been a long time since I went to school. I know I'm rather young-faced, but that's what it is. If you don't like the fact that God is young-faced, well, go jump off a fucking bridge. Yeah, that's my suggestion. Yeah, so Moloch. Now, it's very interesting, isn't it, to think about it. It's very complicated. So back then, thousands of years ago, people would do crazy shit like that, wouldn't they? They would literally have sex, and they'd have babies. Okay, so, I mean, that's the thing. There was no contraception back then, was there? There was no abortions. There was no, people terminating their fetus. The baby that's the woman, has a fetus or a baby growing in her womb, and she decides to terminate it. Thinking she's Arnold Schwarzenegger, come to save the day, or something daft like that. Wow, what a horrible world we live in, huh? Anyways, people didn't have contraception back then, really, did they? Maybe they used something like sheepskin or something like that. I've heard of those methods used before, but I don't know if, thousands of years ago, what would they have used? Don't know. But obviously, I told, I think the idea was, man and woman weren't supposed to obsess about sex. They had far more important things to be doing than shagging all day long. It's an interesting thought, isn't it? If all men and women if every man and woman was very good looking and hot and sexy, what would have happened to mankind? Do you think? It would have just been one gigantic orgy, wouldn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, everyone, it would be, people would be dead, to be quite honest, because no one would do anything. And people are selfish as fuck. They really are. Evil. Anyways. The idea was that, man and woman have sex and make children. But there were a lot of people who would sacrifice their children. Now, the interesting thing, look at if you don't believe me about word magic and stuff like that, well, how do you spell child? Yeah? And how do you pronounce, look at the word loch, or Moloch, right? People say Loch Ness Monster, okay? And I'm going to talk about the Loch Ness Monster as well, because it's a magic story as well. But Loch is spelled L-O-C-H. So you can actually pronounce C-H as K, or you could pronounce it as Ch, or H, right? Depending, people say it differently. I did say, right, I said to you, I'll come to you like a thief in the night. Now, what do people do at night before they go to bed? They lock up, don't they? Yeah, locking up, locking up. Yeah, it's all magic. Everything's magic. Rituals, everything you do, everything's magic. Everything you do, everything you say, everything you think has some type of magic consequence to it. Okay? I know this better than anybody else because I'm God. I'm the most powerful. I can make, I could buy a bottle of kombucha, right? And then the next thing I'm seeing people being slaughtered in Bucha in Ukraine. Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah. I don't drink kombucha. I bought kombucha like once, and that happens. It's not all that kind of stuff. This is something I do every single day. This is not one-off event. I'm just giving that one as an example. Okay. But look at the word child. How do you spell? How would you, if you didn't say ch, you would say killed, wouldn't you? You say killed, children. What a strange coincidence, though, huh? Child sacrifice. So, I said to Abraham, I said, told him to take Isaac to the altar. I said that he would sacrifice his son to me, but I stopped him at the last moment. And the thing is, Abraham, he's my enemy. Okay? Moses is my enemy. Paul is my enemy. Who else is my enemy? A lot of people. Biblical figures. Oh, King David. Let's not forget him. Oh, and I would say Solomon as well. And Saul, probably too. Yeah. Those are the main ones I can think of. Okay. And I've explained all of that in all my videos before. Okay. I mean, I made 100. I didn't make hundreds of videos for nothing. Okay. So, Abraham, child sacrifice. He was going to do it, but he changed his mind. No, he didn't change. I changed my mind. I said, I will provide the ram for the sacrifice. Okay? And obviously, I was Jesus. Okay? That was in the past. The Son of God, Son of Man. And it's interesting to think, isn't it? Because, all the people, they said different things. I would have to go back and check it. What did I actually say as Jesus? What did I say about the fact that I was going to die on the cross? And, in comparison to what, say, Paul would have said or someone else would have said about it. And and what do Christians believe? They say, well, God gave up his only son. Well, that's the thing. God didn't. I'm God. I came to the world to teach people about love and forgiveness, to bring them to me so that they could be my children. So, it's very interesting thinking about the story of, Moloch and child sacrifice. And child sacrifice is a very serious problem in this world. It's a very serious problem. See, people do things for power. And what they do behind closed doors stays behind closed doors most of the time. Because the people of the world, they don't care about the truth. That's the problem. People are uninterested. Yeah? They're too busy flicking through their channels or seeing what garbage they can find to watch, right? Or who they're going to shag next, etc., etc. So, now it talks about, in the book of Revelation, it talks about the beast that comes up out of the abyss. And that's the other thing, right? Because I was born in Scotland. You know the Scottish Highlands? Yeah, the Highlands. Well, that's the thing, right? I'm God. I am high who landed. You know what I mean? I'm a God. I've come down from heaven and I landed on the soil of Scotland. Okay? That was in the past. I am God who came to earth again. So, the Loch Ness Monster, or the Loch Ness Monster. Well, you know that saying, Your Royal Highness. 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 Okay? And what is... So, Nessie. Okay? And what is the Loch Ness Monster? Well, no one ever actually found the monster, but people have created idols. You know, they've created all kinds of things, you know. They've done drawings, they've done art, they've done books, they've done films probably, you know. TV documentaries, you know, they don't know what it is, but, you know, I've seen depictions of it. It looks like a serpent. Okay, it looks like a serpent. You know, there's there's the Nessie that looks like a dinosaur. And then there's the Nessie that looks like a giant serpent, a big green serpent, right? Probably green. I think green. But this is the interesting thing, right? Because I'm God. I'm associated with the word hi. It's interesting how everyone goes around saying hi to everybody. Hi, 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 hi. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, you know, and that's the thing. I'm God. I'm the fountain of living waters. And a loch is, or a loch, is fresh water. And the other thing, you know, it talks about the story about the dragon. You know, he spews water out of his mouth after the woman carrying the man-child. And she's given the wings of a great eagle to fly into the wilderness, to a place which has been prepared for her, when she'll be there for 1,260 days. Now, the interesting thing about that, I was reading about Loch Ness, how deep it is, because I actually, when I was a little kid, I went past Loch Ness on a family holiday, and I was with my mum then. Okay, she was my mum, and I was a little kid, and we were thinking about getting a boat. She was thinking about getting a boat so that we could go on Loch Ness. But after discovering how deep it is, she decided against it. Yeah, it's hundreds of meters deep. Okay, so it's like, I think at the deepest point it's, I don't know, something like 230 meters. Let me have a look. But what I read was yeah, it's interesting because it extends, because the length of it is 37 kilometers along. So it seems to be about 37 kilometers long. I'm 37 years old, by the way. So Loch Ness, the maximum depth of 230 meters. And apparently that's 126 furlongs, according to Wikipedia. I saw it on here yesterday. Where is it? Depth. Where's the depth? Max depth. Oh, now it says fathom. 124.1 fathoms. Where did I see 120? Oh, there. Oh, it's 120. That says fathoms. It says 126 fathoms. I'm sure I saw 126 furlongs. Anyways, I've mentioned it, okay? I don't know where else I was looking. You know, that's the other thing, right? Because it says Loch Ness is best known for claimed sightings of the cryptozoological Loch Ness monster. Now, this is an interesting word, isn't it? Crypto. Words, like I said, words are magic. It's important. You know how I said Moloch? Or you know what's money? Money. Yeah, cryptocurrency. You heard of cryptocurrency? Yeah, the blockchain. Yeah, you know the story in the book of Revelation. It says an angel is given a great key and he has a chain in his hand. Yeah. And he binds that serpent. Yeah, so, you know, it's important to understand what I'm saying. So, I mean, this is the thing. You know, Scottish people, right? They called Scotland, they called it the High Lands. Okay? So that's important. That's important because that word, high, is a magic word. You know, why do you think people want to smoke weed? They want to get high. Yeah? You know, why would God come to the world again and find himself living in the Scottish Highlands? Born in the Scottish Highlands. Yeah? I was born in Aberdeen. A bird. Or a bear. A bear? A bird? That's the thing, you know, the first beast of the book of Revelation, he has feet like a bear. Well, that's the thing, right? Aberdeen. Aberdeen. Yeah, I was born in Aberdeen. Yeah. You know, you could say a bird, or you could say a bear. You know, it's kind of there. Oh, look, I rhyme. Okay. Well, let me have a cigarette here. It's going to be a little video. Okay. And that's the other thing, right? Because, you know, you think how much stuff is made in China, right? Chinese. Well, that's the thing. Chi, C-H-I, is a way of, it's a magic way of saying key. Okay? And obviously N-E-S-E, where you could say knees, or you, I mean, how do you spell knees? K-N-E-E-S. Well, it's a totally different spelling, isn't it? You know, how you pronounce things is, you know, people have different dialects, different, you know, accents, whatever, right? People say things differently all over the fucking world, okay? That's how it goes. You know, I could say fucking, or I could say fucking, or fuck, you know, whatever. You get the point, hopefully. But, blah, blah. So, Key Nessie. Key Nessie. And what's the Chinese, well, that's the thing. The Chinese red dragon. Yeah? Chinese red dragon. I mean, that word red is really, ooh. I mean, what is it? You know, look, what does it mean to read? Yeah? What's a reed? And you know, you have a reed. So, you know, it talks about in the book of Revelation, you know, you know, the author of the book, he's having visions, right? And it's I think it's chapter 11 of the book of Revelation. It says, then I was given a reed like a rod of iron, or was it like a rod of, I think it's different in different books, because one says like a measuring rod. Yeah, anyways, that's the thing, right? What does it mean to read? I actually, my family, on my mum's side of the family, well, that's the thing, my mum's maiden name was Reed, R-E-I-D, okay? You know, and her mom was from the Goddard family. And then on my aunt, who was the sister of my mom, right? Her name's Christine. Yeah, Christine. And she married a man called Donald Neil. Neil. Okay, so we got the Neils, we got the Reeds, and we got the Goddards. Okay, and my surname is Salve-in. You know what eye salve is, you know, you rub it in your fucking eyes so you can fucking see properly. That's what I did, right? I healed the blind man, didn't I? Fucking stuck that dirt in his eye. And I told him to wash his eyes. Yeah, and he could fucking see again. Yeah, you get the point? Magic, 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 magic. Magic words. Oh look, monster. Mow, on, stir. You know? Mow, use. Mouse. Mickey Mouse. Archangel Michael. You heard of him? Yeah? You know, the little scroll. Yeah? So, this is the thing. I'm trying to figure out which way around things are. That's the thing. Because I can see these magic stories with magic words, and I'm trying to figure out, you know, how do I break the curse? That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to figure out how do I break this? How do I move forward with what I'm meant to do? Because I have a very complex puzzle to solve. Unfortunately, because that's the thing, the world does all kinds of curses against me to try to steal what is mine. People want to be God, they want to be me, and it's really caused a lot of chaos in my life. And because people cause chaos in my life, I cause chaos in other people's lives, okay? That's why the world is in such a fucked up situation, yeah? If you know what I'm saying. Isn't that an interesting expression? I fucked up. I fucked up. Who did you fuck up exactly? I'm God. I am above everybody. So who are you trying to fuck up then? Or who did you fuck up exactly? You understand? So, where do we go with this? I don't know. But you know, the beast that rises up out of the abyss. I mean, this is the thing, right? Let me explain a magic idea to you quickly, okay? In the book of Revelation, it talks about the angel, and I can show you. Okay, so it's the book of Revelation, chapter 10. It talks about the angel that comes down, robed in a cloud. Okay, you know, you have cloud computing. There's smoke, clouds of smoke. Yeah, cloud, and he has a rainbow upon his head. Yeah. If you see my old videos, you'll see I've got a rainbow hat here, yeah. Just as an example, okay. But you know, I actually bought that for, you know, I've explained it before, but you know, so the angel comes down, you know, he goes to the water. He puts his right foot on the sea and his left foot on the land and declares it is the end of the world. But that's the thing, right? Because people call Earth, they call the world planet Earth, and the soil, the ground, the dust, it extends as far as where the water goes. That's the thing, right? That's why it's the end of the world, because it's the end of the land. It's where the land ends and the water begins. Okay? And in the tarot deck, I'll show it to you quickly. It depicts Archangel Michael, which is interesting because in the Book of Revelation it never specifies who the angel is, but in the tarot deck they decided to depict Archangel Michael as that particular angel who did that particular thing. And I would have guessed it would have been Archangel Michael because that's what it sounds like, right? But obviously, that's an interpretation. Here it is. Okay, so you can see in this card, he's got 1 foot in the water and 1 foot on the land. Okay, and he's supposed to depict, that is supposed to depict Archangel Michael. Okay. And you've heard of Mickey Mouse, haven't you? Mickey Mouse? Mickey Mouse? So, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? There's a story about Jesus, and all the children wanted to come to Jesus, right? And people were, rebuking the children. They're basically saying, "You naughty children, you leave him alone." And I'm Jesus, and I said, "No, let the children come to me." Basically, yeah. Don't stop the children come to me. Which is interesting, isn't it? Because, well, the idea of Moloch and God and, Jesus being crucified, sacrificed, the Son of God, for the sins of the world. So, I mean, that's the interesting thing, isn't it? Because if Jesus is the Son of God, and God had said, that's the thing, like, did God say, actually, you know what, I'm going to sacrifice my son? Is it like that? Was that how it was? Or was it that God came down to earth and claimed to be, the first thing, that's the thing, I said, first you must deny yourself. Okay, so I denied myself. I mean, that's the thing, if I said, and everything I do is, there are magic reasons why things are done a certain way. Okay, I am the light of the world, the Son of Man. Yeah, you know what the sun is, do you? Do you know what a sun is? Which one are we talking about? So, what is it I need to... And that's the other thing, right? God said that, I said that, my children, well, that's the thing, right? Those who I love and those who love me, I call them my children, don't I? And what were they asked to do? That's the thing, I told them to love and forgive and learn, make sacrifices. Okay, so the entire story, the path they're supposed to follow is supposed to have all kinds of, sacrifice in it. Obviously not the same type of sacrifices, what you would expect a worshipper of Moloch to do, right? A worshipper of Moloch would take their child and hand their child over, or sacrifice they would murder their child for the blessings of Moloch. Basically, that was the idea of it, right? I mean, it's a witchcraft thing, okay? So, well, there's so many things I can talk about here. So the fire coming down from heaven. There was something I was thinking about recently. I can't remember what it was. Something. Yeah, well. I really should write more things down. I really should. I mean, this is the thing. The magic story is that the dragon has power, okay? And the dragon gives its authority to the beasts, yeah? And, the second beast speaks like a dragon, and the first beast speaks like a lion. And, that's the thing, Jesus said, I said, I'm the lion of the tribe of Judah, right? That's what I was called. But then, it's also said that Satan prowls around like a lion, looking to see who he can devour. So, it's a double-edged sword thing, right? So when I read those stories, it applies to evil people and it applies to me as well. There's more than one story. There's multiple stories in there. It's because there's so much code word, okay? It's Babel. I understand that the words are magic and how they work. So there are so many different stories in there. It's like a very complex code. It's a very complex puzzle that I have to, that's the thing, because the evil ones, they try to they twist words, and because they twist words, they wait for ways they can twist things so they can get power from it. And I have to identify where they've done that so I can stop it, and I can break those curses. That's very difficult. So I'm working my way through these things one by one. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to place the world under my feet in terms of magic, okay? I'm making the earth my footstool, okay? Because the world tries to do so much magic to elevate itself and try to put me down. I mean, this is the thing. The word understand. Yeah? So that's the thing. Right? The word, well, there we go, right? So if you understand, well, what does that mean? Does that mean you have an erection? Or does it mean, does it mean you got people standing on your head? Are you under the ground? Or are there people standing beneath you? Which one is it? But, that's the thing, right? I'm the truth. I'm God. I understand. but I'm trying to put the earth underneath. I'm trying to make the earth my footstool, you know. I'm trying to put the earth underneath my, you know, I want the world under my feet. And the world lies to itself. So, you know, the Babel, I mean, that's why the world, the languages are so, you know, it's full of all this magic babble. So evil people will, you know, it's the evil ones trying to place themselves in high places. Okay? You know, the word high or over, or, you know, just look at, you know, look at language. It's all over the place. All these things, you know. I mean, you know, if someone gets sent to prison, they're called locked up. Yeah, who's up? Who is it? You know, I mean, that's the thing. The world, that's what the world wants to do to me. You know, it wants to keep me confined. You know, it's like, you know, the world wants to lock horns with me and create a stalemate situation while it sings and dances and shags, or, you know, has, you know, that's the world wants to do all its evil things while trying to have a stalemate with me. So, you know, I'm in a battle with the world all the time. But I will stop it. No, I've explained all this before, so, you know, I'm not going to keep explaining this. So, Loch Ness. I mean, that's the thing, right? Because the serpent, the Loch Ness, you know, the Loch Ness Monster is depicted as a serpent. And that's the thing, the serpent is connected with the idea of the dragon. And obviously, you know, have you ever read about the Loch Ness Monster? Have you ever read any stories about the Loch Ness Monster? You know? You know, then it becomes a red serpent, you know? It's something that you read about. Right? It's red. You know, and then it's a red dragon. You know, that's how you get from one idea to another. And then there's China, you know, all this made in China stuff. You know, how many Loch Ness Monster toys are there? How many Nessie toys are there that were made in Scotland? Oh, sorry, made in Scotland, made in China. You know, how many Chinese toys, you know, Nessie toys are being made, for instance, or, you know, key rings, or, I don't know, all kinds of stuff, right? I mean, think about it. You know, and that's the thing, you know, a loch is, it's a very deep body of fresh water. And this is the thing, the world wants to leave me in a dry place. The world, you know, doesn't want to give me water to drink. The world doesn't want to give me food to eat. You know, the world doesn't want to show me kindness. It only wants to steal from me and try to destroy me and abuse me and accuse me and hurt me and kill me. So, you know, the loch is water. Water is associated with love and kindness and emotion. So, you know, what's the deal? What's the magic that's happening? I mean, it's hard. It's hard to figure out all this stuff. It really is. Oh wow. Apparently they found, so the deepest point of Loch Ness is actually 270 meters. That's very deep, isn't it? I'm not sure I'd want to swim to the bottom of that. I wonder what's down there. Anyways, what do we... Oh, what can I do now? I mean, that's the interesting thing as well, because in the book of Exodus, and you know, there's the book of Leviticus and Numbers. You know, that's where Moses is mentioned. Okay, and I said to Moses, and those are the same books where Molech, apparently Moloch is, well, Molech or Moloch. It can be pronounced both ways, but Moses was. I advised Moses, do not sacrifice your children to Moloch. Yeah, Moses. I said, don't sacrifice your children to Moloch. But this is the thing, you know, Moses was a deceiver. You know, he acted as if he was God. And Aaron was his prophet in front of Pharaoh, okay, the Egyptians. You know, so he went to the Egyptians pretending he was God. Apparently, you know, those are the words that were written, okay, in the book of Exodus. You have to, you know, it's near the beginning of Exodus, okay. It is there. I was shocked when I found it, actually. I didn't know that. So, you know, it's hard work figuring out all this stuff. It really is. Oh. I mean, the way things are going, you know, I'm God, and the world hates me. You know, the idea is, well, that's the thing. I'm Father. I created everybody. I created everybody and all their children, and so, you know, that's the thing. You know, the story is that I sacrificed my child. You know, or I gave up my only begotten Son, right, Jesus Christ, to be crucified for the forgiveness of sins for the world, for those who love God, those who love God through Jesus Christ, yeah, who love me. So, I mean, this is the thing, you know, the idea that, you know, people, they have children. Well, you know, they think that they own their children. Well, that's the thing. I'm God. I am the creator. I have the right to take people's children away from them because I'm God. I can do that. That's my right. I know, you know, something like that is likely to happen, I suppose, at some point. I don't know exactly how that's going to go, but you know, that's the thing. When people realize who I am, or, you know, or how powerful I am, that's, you know, something like that. You know, things like that could happen. So, yeah. So people will be asked to, well, that's the thing. People will have to, you know, there are going to be people that are going to have to sell their houses. They're going to have to sell all their belongings. They're going to end up in poverty because they're going to have to give me all their money because they're evil and they have to be punished. You know, stuff like that. Yeah? And, you know, and then when that happens, where do the kids go? You know what I mean? Or whatever. You know, think about all that. There's all kinds of crazy stuff that's going to happen in the future. I'm God. You know, expect crazy stuff to happen. Or, well, it's justice is what it is, right? Justice. You know, how it's going to look, what exactly will happen, I don't know yet. But, I'm speculating, okay? So, I mean, this is the thing, you know, I've spoken about in my videos, I speak about Freemasons and what they get involved with. You know, I'm fairly certain what they're doing is things like child sex trafficking, child sex slavery, and child sacrifice. Okay? So, and the world, who do they worship? Yeah, they worship Freemasons, actors, musicians, politicians, and people are more than happy to worship those people. You know, saying that they're godly people and, you know, they're cool, they're this, they're that, they're amazing, they're talented. You know, that, you know, that's the thing. That's the problem. The world worships evil. And that evil, you know, that's the thing. Those people are more evil than you know. Because what they do behind closed doors to hold on to that power is they do very evil things to acquire that power. And people don't care. They should have figured this out if they were serious about the truth, right? If they were really standing in the truth, they would understand that there are some very evil people. There are a lot of evil people in this world doing some very evil things. Okay, or at least they should be suspicious of them. I mean, the fact is that, you know, I understand how Babel works, you know, words and code. And so I look at, you know, musicians, I look at actors, I look at the films they're in, I look at the songs people make and the words that they use and, you know, the things they do in their music videos or things that they, you know, they talk about, and the things they do with their children and all kinds of stuff like that, you know. They speak in code. Anybody who understands the code knows what they're talking about. See, they're double speaking. They're saying, you know, they're telling the public a story, but within that story is another story, and that story is that's how, you know, that's how they hide the truth of what they're doing, but they share with other people who understand it, who are initiated into the secret societies, because they understand a lot of that stuff. You know, they teach it to one another. You know, it's code words so they can communicate with each other. So they do magic. They're witches. You know, they're only interested in power and money and fame and fortune and status. That's all they care about. They want to be worshipped. They don't love me. They hate me. They're jealous of me. So the world's going to have to pay a very heavy price for doing that to me. You know, they're going to they're going to suffer a lot for doing that. You know, when people wonder, like, well, why is God going to send people to hell or the lake of fire? You know, eternal damnation. You know, that kind of thing, right? Why? Well, I've explained it. I just explained it. The world is extremely evil. It doesn't recognize itself as evil. That's the thing. It looks in the mirror and it thinks it's good. It thinks it's alright. It doesn't see any real problems with itself. But it doesn't acknowledge itself. It doesn't acknowledge its own evil. It couldn't possibly, you know, that's the thing. Consciously, they have no understanding of it. They just are evil. They are evil. Okay? I'm not saying they're just. I'm saying they're evil. They just don't see it. They don't see it. I hate that word. That word just is really an awkward word. Got to be careful how I use that word. Anyways. What can I talk about then? I mean, look at this, okay? I bought these new earbuds. They're called, they're made by Skullcandy. Isn't that a weird name? Skullcandy. You know, what does that make you think of? You know, as in terms of, like, say, sex. Or, you know, skull can die. Or skull candy. You know what I mean? It's called push ank. Or it's, you know, in England we call, you know, if someone gets stabbed, we call that shank. You know, that's a shanking. Okay, so poo shank. Yeah, magic words with magic meanings, sex magic meanings. Yeah. I mean, they work well. I mean, I'm God, you know. I mean, I'm supposed to break magic curses, so I do what I do. I am the Logos. You know what the Logos is? Yeah, why should I explain? Anyways, and that's the other thing, right? Flock. The sheep, you know. Sheep, when they gather together, that's a flock. Flock. F-lock. And that's interesting as well, because all these people, there's, you know, that's the thing, you know, if someone's locked away in a dungeon, a sex dungeon, well, they're used for effing, and they're locked, right? Flock. Yeah? I mean, this is the thing. When does the world ever stop to think that, you know, there are sex dungeons out there? There are sex dungeons where people are being used as sex slaves and sacrificed. You know, I mean, look at the story about Jeffrey Epstein and his island. I mean, do you really think that nobody else has done anything similar to him? You know, he was very well, that's the thing, right? He was you know, he had his island. I mean, he had lots of celebrities coming to him all the time, right? Donald Trump would be one of them, wouldn't he? Yeah, and, you know, remember, you hang around with Prince Andrew, remember, you know. Yeah, and Who else, right? All kinds of people. All kinds of celebrities. You know? Some criminals are very stupid how they go about things. You know, they're very what's the word? Brazen about? Yeah. They're very cocky. That's an interesting word. Cocky. Yeah. Thinking they're gonna get away with something. Yeah. But then you're gonna have people who are more careful about doing those things because they don't want to get caught. And I'm sure there are plenty of them out there who are doing those sorts of things. But people haven't figured out that's what they're doing. You see, they do it because of witchcraft. Because they know if they do those sorts of things, they will acquire magic powers for doing it. So they do it. Anyways, what else can I talk about? I mean, this is the thing, right? I was Jesus, you know, I was called the Son of God. I am God, I'm the Father. You know, people talk about the Trinity, they talk about all kinds of things, but the fact is, I am actually God, and the thing, Jesus, I was God then as well. But the fact is, I denied myself, and that's the thing. If I had just come down and said, I'm God, y'all need to have a relationship with me, you know, people react very differently. They really do. Especially back then. I mean, how long would it have taken for people to crucify me for saying that I'm God? How long would they have lasted? Yeah, and the fact was, I was creating an example for people to follow. Okay, if I'd said that I was God, then people would have just followed me and saying the same thing. They would have just said, "No, I'm God as well." You know, but I said I was the Son of God, so other people want to say that they're also a son of God. Do you understand? So they copy. That's what the world does. Everyone copies me but everyone copies me in different ways. But I specifically told people to follow me in a specific way so they could do that. And those who don't follow me, don't follow the path of Jesus, well, they copy me in different ways. They're copying me, if I feel cold, they feel cold. If I feel lonely, they feel lonely. If I feel, they copy me in different ways. Yeah, because, they're constantly trying to tune into my frequency. That's the thing. That's because it's my power. I'm the source of all power. People want to, you know how the electricity grid works, right? I mean, you're not going to get electricity to your device without plugging something in, right? You got to plug it in somewhere. Do you know what I mean? Like, where are you going to plug it in? Where you were told to plug it in or somewhere else? Do you understand? Like, it's an analogy. And that's another thing, right? Molech. In Scotland, in England, and they call it electricity. They call it lecky. You know, it's a slang word for electricity. Lecky. You know, you're gonna top up the lecky. Yeah, I used to have one of those electricity keys. When I used to live in Brighton, in England. I don't live there anymore. But I used to have an electricity meter, and it was a top-up electricity meter. You know, it had a little key. That's an interesting thought. I haven't thought about that. Because that's the thing, right? You know, there are all these things where you top them up, right? You top up. Yeah, that's a very interesting idea, that. Because that's the thing, I'm God, I am top up. That's the thing, I am top up. Oh, flipping heck, excuse me. Isn't that interesting? You see what happened? My stomach, right, that's the world. Well, you know, what goes into my stomach, you know, I put liquid and solid food, it's off the world, right? You know, it's, you know, later it will come out of my body. You know, my body rejects it, right? If you know what I'm saying. Oh, it's the gap. Yeah, it's. Yeah, that's those are the demons trying to interject. Yeah. The timing is what it is, right? Because they're doing what they're trying to do. Sounds bizarre, I know, flippin' heck. I'm a very gassy person. very flatulent, unfortunately. But it's magic. A lot of it has to do with magic. Terrible. The world has tried to curse me in so many ways. So what else did I want to say for this video? I mean, I said, ow, 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 ow. Sorry. Earbuds are a bit sore. Hurting my ears. Lockdown. Okay? Lockdown. So this is something that happened very recently. Yeah, in the last few years, right? The COVID lockdown. And everyone got their coronavirus vaccines. That's the thing, corona means crown. Okay? I mean, the first horseman of the book of Revelation, yeah, he's riding a white horse, and he's given a crown, and he goes off to conquer. Yeah, magic story. There's the second horseman, so that's the red horse. And the red horseman's given a large sword. So that's the thing, right? Because I mean, the color red. Well, that's the thing, right? If you read a book, it's red, right? Because you read it. If you read it in the past, it's red. It's what you read, right? But it could be, you know, you can also, you know, when I think of, well, the color red is also associated with communism. And then there's the Black Horseman. You know, he gets the scales of, you know, he's carrying a pair of scales in his hands, right? So the scales are to do with justice. And obviously, we're living in the age where, well, a lot of black people are very unhappy with white people, right? They're looking for justice, aren't they? Got those scales of justice, yeah? Magic, magic, magic. And then there's the fourth horseman, right? And that's the thing, the fourth horseman is called Death. And Death rides a pale horse. I am Death, basically. Well, that's the thing, because I'm born, I'm the zodiac sign Scorpio. And Scorpio is associated with death in tarot. I'm a very pale-skinned man, I'll tell you that much. I really need to get a tan. Say tan. What did you say? Tan? Say tan. Magic, 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 magic. And then people want to complain why I'm so fucking pale. Yeah, I get a tan and they're like, you're Satan. Look at you with your tan. You're evil. Look at you, you look like death. Look how pale you are. Blah, 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 blah. So that's the thing, right? Because, you know, the first, you know, the first beast of the book of Revelation, right? So it talks about, he has 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon those heads, names of blasphemy, blasphemous names. Well, this is the thing. The world hates me. The world's constantly trying to label me with all kinds of blasphemous names all the time. So how do you interpret that story then? Yeah? Which way around is it? Who's it really talking about? You know, it's like I said, it's like it's more than one story at the same time. Yeah, it's that storm that's just happened, isn't it? It's called Eowyn, which is a really, you know, it's spelled E-O-W-Y-N. Eowyn. And obviously, it's not Eowyn or Eowyn. It's Eowyn. It's pronounced like A. Eowyn. You know, why didn't they just spell it with an A then? But anyways, Eowyn is the name of the character in The Lord of the Rings, who kills the Lord of the Nazgul. Okay, the Lord of the Nazgul, which is really interesting, isn't it? I mean, that book, I mean, The Lord of the Rings is all witchcraft against me, God. You know, that's what it is. You know, I'm God. I told people not to do stuff like that, not to write, you know, to create art like that, okay? You know, but people do. That's what they do. I still remember when my mum bought me those books when I was a little kid, and I didn't even read them. That's the funny thing, right? I didn't like reading books when I was a kid. I like playing computer games and watching movies. But this is the thing, right? I was Jesus of Nazareth. Yeah, Nazareth. And obviously you know what a Nazi is, right? Or National Socialist, for instance, right? I prefer National Socialist rather than Nazi. But people use that word a lot, don't they? So Jesus of Nazareth. And then obviously, you know, it's Eowyn who defeats in the book The Lord of the Rings. And that's another interesting thing, actually. Oh yeah, but anyway, so Eowyn defeats the Lord of the Nazgul, and ghoul is another way of saying ghost, isn't it? It's similar, isn't it? I remember I used to play a game when I was a little kid called Ghouls and Ghosts. That was a really hard game. Oh, excuse me. I used to play it on the Mega Drive. The Mega Drive. That's the thing. Oh, that's right. Megan. That's right. Well, that's the thing. I am. That's the thing. I played so many games on the Mega Drive. I mean, and I drive cars, right? Mega Drive. And that's the thing in America. What was it called? The Genesis. You know, Genesis means in the beginning. Yeah. And that's the other connection with Moses, because Moses acted as if he was God, and Moses made me angry. Right? He died, and he died when he was 120 years old. Okay, and the mark of the beast of the second beast, right? So it says 666, the mark of the beast. Well, if you go to Genesis chapter 6, verse 3, that's, you know, 3 sixes is 666. And also the Talmud, yeah, because, you know, and the in Judaism, right, they all, in the synagogue of Satan, they will sit on the chair of Moses, right? And they have the Talmud, which is the oral Torah. You know, it's all stems from Moses. And they have 63 tractates or 63 volumes of the Talmud. You know, 63 is that number again. So, you know, in the beginning, Genesis 6:3, you know, it says that the days of man's days will be 120 years. And it was Moses who died at 120 years old. And he's mentioned in the book of Genesis, and Genesis means in the beginning, which is the very first thing that's mentioned at the beginning of Genesis. In the beginning. Okay, magic is magic. So, where was I going with this? It's so hard to stay on topic, because there's so many things that have to be explained for you to understand how it all fits together. It's been a very difficult puzzle to try to solve. And it's even harder to explain it. I mean, I understand far more than I try to explain. I'm trying to explain the easy stuff, the stuff that I need to explain. Because I have figured out so many things. But people don't really have the attention for it anymore, do they? Isn't it interesting? The Antichrist or the beast, you know, the devil. You know, the devil is fury. You know, the devil has come down, has fallen. And the devil is full of fury, because the devil knows his time is short. Well, that's the thing, right? People have a very short attention span. They have no attention. They will pay no attention to me. And the people who do watch my videos, how much of my videos do you actually watch? The first 5 minutes. I mean, the people comment on my videos, and it's like, do you even watch the video? It's like, what? People have a very short attention span. Very short. So who's the devil then? Who is the devil, do you think? I mean, man's standard operating procedure is to elevate himself as high as he can. And it's the devil who falls. And it's the devil whose time is short. Yeah. You know, I was thinking about dogs. I was watching a video and there's a dog sniffing another dog's butt. And I thought to myself, you know, because obviously dog, well, that's the thing, right? You have the word dog, and then you turn that word dog around, so you're looking at the reverse, right? Well, it spells God. And so, you know, the dog, it picks up the scent, doesn't it? It's like, you know, it's looking, what's the dog looking for? You know, who made dog? Who, you know what I mean? Like, how did the dog end up being called the dog? You know what I mean? Like, who made that decision? And who made dogs sniff each other's butts like that? You know what I mean? Like, it's a strange thought though, isn't it? It's a funny thing to think about. Yeah. It's a strange thing to think about, but I have to think about it because that's what I have to do. I don't. You know, I mean, you know, people have a crucifix. You know, like if a person wears a crucifix, well, there are all kinds of people who wear crucifixes. People who aren't even Christians wear crucifixes, but people wear them on a chain usually, don't they? Well, you notice the word Cain is in the word chain. Cain, who was Cain? Well, Cain murdered his brother because he was jealous. He was a murderer. So, isn't it strange how people will make a crucifix, you know, a little cross, and they'll put it on a chain? Yeah. You know, and that's the thing, you know, it's, people think of that cross as my symbol, you know, as the symbol of Jesus. You know, I've heard bishops, you know, there's one, Mary Emmanuel, whatever his name is. He got stabbed in the eye not long ago, but you know, he's an Assyrian, I think. He's in Australia now, but you know, he points at his he always holds a crucifix in his hand, and he's like, my Jesus, my Jesus. You know, he's always calling his crucifix Jesus. It's like, that's not me. You know what I mean? It's what I was crucified on. You know, it's slightly. Do you know what I mean? Like if someone got shot in the head with a gun, and then you said the gun was them. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really make a lot of sense, does it? You think that's a bit strange. Or if someone was hung with a rope, you know, you wouldn't say that the rope was them, would you? You wouldn't. Doesn't make sense. But why do people do it to me? Or Jesus, you know what I mean? I'm God, I was Jesus. That was in the past. Okay? It all has to do with butt magic, because that's what the world does, butt magic. You know, the moon, you know what the moon is, right? What's the moon? You know, if someone does a moonie, what's that? Yeah, and what's the star? What's the sun? You know, what are people obsessed with? I've explained all that magic stuff so many times now. You know, the Anunnaki, Anu, Sphinxes, pyramids, Yeah, there's loads of examples. So I hoped when I was gonna make this video, I was gonna have a bit more structure to it, but and that's the other thing I wanted to mention as well, because the first temple was built by it was King Solomon. I mean, I don't think he built the entire temple by himself, but the Israelites built it. Yeah, they built the temple. So my temple, right, for me, for worshipping me. But then obviously, that didn't quite go to plan, did it? Because obviously the Israelites, they worshipped false gods and they did all kinds of bad stuff. But that's the thing, so the word Solomon, well, this is the thing. I've mentioned, the ghost of Moses is behind me, okay? And when I say behind me, he's sexually assaulting me from behind. He's basically like a snake that wants to strike my moon. Anyway, so the word moon is mo-on. Mo-on. Mo is a short way of saying Moses. And obviously Solomon. Solomon. Well, that's the thing. I'm solo. Well, I'm by myself all the time. I don't associate with people, living bodies, people who are, well, you know what I mean? People with dead spirits. They're evil, but they have, a physical body with a heart that beats. Yeah, it circulates blood around their body, and they breathe in oxygen, and they breathe out carbon dioxide. That's basically about it. And they think they have shit for brains. But in a sense, yeah, the word Solomon, it's a word that, that describes me. It's a name that describes me. It's the same with the name Abram, Ram. Well, this is the thing, right? Because I had my last girlfriend. Her name was Ania Bilak. So A-B Ram. Just like I keep talking about. I mean, that's the thing. What does a ram do? A ram. Well, that's, they headbutt. Rams, they headbutt each other, right? Headbutt. Is it any wonder that people have shit for brains? Is it any wonder? I mean, this is the thing. The world is designed so those who have shit for brains, those who are of the world, because the people of the world, and that's most people, right? They're not of my spirit. They're not of the spirit of Jesus, right? They're not of the. They don't really love God. Most of the people in this world, they do not love me, God. So they have shit for brains, and they all try to elevate one another using evil magic. Okay, the story of the Tower of Babel that's what it's about. It's about evil humans trying to dethrone God, me. And they do that through magic. Magic words. Working together to accomplish their common goal. which is to all try to be good as well. And I'm the reason why, when you look at the world, you see war everywhere. And, you know, things like earthquakes and tsunamis and hurricanes and storms and all that stuff. Yeah, it's because there's a magic battle between me and the world. And I win this game. I win this battle. I don't lose. It's a hard fight. It's been difficult, I won't lie, but I do what I have to do, and I'll get to, you know, I will get to where I'm supposed to be. When exactly? I have to see. I will find out. I've got plenty of time, so yeah, don't worry about it. So, what else can I talk about here? Yeah, there's an interesting, something that just popped into my head. An idea just popped into my head. Yeah. Pop. The Pope. Oh yeah, the Pope, of course. Yeah, the poop. You know, what does pop mean, or poop? The Pope. The poo-poo. The Pope. The po-po. Oh, don't tell me I've lost it. Oh, there's that author, isn't there? Ingersoll Lockwood, I think. It's Ingersoll Lockwood. Ingersoll Lockwood. There we go. That's very interesting. So, that's the thing, right? My name's Grant. Grant. So, you know, there's Ingersoll Lockwood. It's a very interesting name, and he wrote children's novels. This is including the Baron Trump novels. So this is the thing, he wrote books back in the early 1900s. You know, it's over 100 years old. And he used to write stories about a character called Baron Trump. I mean, the interesting thing about Donald Trump is that Trump really isn't his surname. His original surname is actually Drumpf. It's spelled D-R-U-M-P-F. But that's a very interesting name as well, right? Because you know what is a trump? You know, if you have a trump card, or if you trump something, you beat something, right? So if you beat, the idea in trump cards, the trump cards game is that you have the card that beats. And what do you do with a drum? Well, you hit a drum and it creates beats, right? Yeah, how strange. But I think, Ingersoll Lockwood in his novels about Baron Trump, it was like he had stories about a time machine or something like that. Baron Trump and some sort of time machine. And I've heard, I actually heard about it from people just talking about it on YouTube, and like conspiracy, just people with their theories, basically. I mean, if you want to call it conspiracy theory or whatever, but people just notice strange things and they talk about it. Right, so there you go. Well, that's the thing. Literature is a type of art, and art is magic, and I'm connected with all art. I'm God. Okay, I said that if no one glorifies me, the rocks and the stones will glorify me. They talk about me. The reason they talk about me is because they're trying to pretend they're me. That's why. That's what the world does. The world wants to think it's me. So it speaks of me even though it hates me. You understand? So, what else can I talk about here? What else can I talk about? I mean, imagine the type. I talked a lot about child sacrifice. I mean, imagine what it would take. I mean, what kind of person would want to sacrifice their child in some, pagan ceremony for blessings? For what? I mean, personally, can you imagine what it would like? I mean, just from now, I mean, obviously, the world that, in the current year, 2025, to live in a country like this is, well, there's all kinds of things, right? There's all kinds of stuff. There's all kinds of conveniences, and I mean, living 2,000 years ago would have been a totally different life, obviously, but I mean, yeah. I mean, that's the strange thing, isn't it? Because, I mean, back then, I mean, who really would want to live for a long time anyway? Wouldn't you just be like happy to just leave the place? I mean, do what you can and then just say, okay, well, that's it, bye-bye. Like, who would want to hang about? Anyways, it would have been a tough life back then, like, for most people, obviously. Yeah, they didn't have washing machines back then, didn't have taps, didn't have toilets, there were lots of things that made life difficult back then, it was very different. But, I live in I'm here, and to be quite honest, I see a world that I hate, I see a world that is evil, and I don't really, I don't like living like this. I don't like living like this. The thought of death doesn't scare me at all. It really doesn't. I would like to see my justice soon, though. I really would, because I would like to see it with these eyeballs. I'd really like to see it. It'd be great. I hope it. I hope it's gonna happen. I want to hear people call me Lord, God. I want to hear that. I want to see it. I want to see how the world reacts when they figure out who I am. I'd really like to see that. I would really like to see that. Yeah. Because I've worked very hard to get here. Very hard. is an interesting word. Lazy. But you know who Lazarus was, right? Lazarus? Well, there's actually there's different stories about a man called Lazarus, isn't there? Depends which one you're reading, I suppose. Yeah, my mum always used to call me lazy. Lazy, 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 lazy. A lazy bastard, she used to call me. I mean, when I think of Fiona, my mum, she's dead now, but you know, I always sensed a very evil presence with her, especially in the last, let's say, 15, 20 years. I knew there was something very wrong with her. And the more I think about it, I just think of, I think of the idea of Moloch, and then I think of Fiona, that woman who gave birth to my body. And I wonder if they're the same, that's the same spirit. It's the same demon, basically. I wouldn't be surprised at all. At all. And she's the kind of person, she was a very evil woman lurking in the shadows. There was a lot of evil in her. But she was good at hiding it. Or people didn't believe that she was evil. They refused to believe it. And that's the thing. It's because everyone's trying to attack me. Why would those who don't love me try to help me? They don't want to. Because they're surrounded by their demons. They were trying to corner me. But yeah, like I said, my mum's dead now. Okay, she's dead. How did that happen, I wonder? Thanks for the house, by the way. Thanks for the money. Bitch. I'm saying. Oh, stomach wants to talk. Oh, there you go. Interesting timing, huh? It's almost like the stomach, or it's the shit snake. It's trying to take credit. It wants to speak. Yeah. I mean, it talks about in the book of Revelation, it talks about, I can't remember exactly what it is. Let me find it, hang on. Yeah, go on, have a look. It's an interesting, I don't know, it's going to take me a minute to find it. Frogs. Let me have a look in this index, concordance, whatever it is. Frogs. Oh, come on. FR. Frogs. 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 Where are you, frogs? Got friend, friends, friendship, right? Frogs. Here we go. Revelation 16:13. So let's have a look there. 16. Okay, so Revelation chapter 16. So it says here, the sixth. So verse 12. The sixth angel poured out his bowl on the great river Euphrates, and its water was dried up, to prepare the way for the kings from the east. Then I saw 3 impure spirits that looked like frogs. They came out of the mouth of the dragon, out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet. They are demonic spirits that perform signs, and they go out to the kings of the whole world to gather them for the battle on the great day of God Almighty. Look, I come like a thief. Blessed is the one who stays awake and remains clothed, so as not to go naked and be shamefully exposed. That's an interesting saying. How do you stay awake? Can you imagine? You know, you think someone who's an insomniac, they can't. You know, they're always awake. Yeah, interesting though. Interesting to think about. But the frogs. I mean, that's the thing, right? You know, when people say you've got a frog in your throat, right? Well, that's the thing. I cough up a lot of phlegm because I'm a smoker. Okay. And you know, that's the thing. Words come out of my mouth. Right? I breathe smoke in, I breathe smoke out. I burp, I cough up phlegm. And obviously I'm not the only person who coughs up phlegm as well. But this is the interesting thing, because my family line, so my surname, Salvin, well, it has a very interesting beginning. I'll read it to you, hang on. Right, so it's Salvin, name, origin. Okay, I'll tell you what it says. So there's a website and it's called House of Names. Yeah, this is the one. So here we go. So my surname is spelled S-A-L-V-I-N. So it says here, the name Salvin reached England in the Great Wave of Migration. So that's an interesting thing, isn't it? Because my name's Grant, and you know what a migrant is, right? In the Great Wave of Migration following the Norman conquest of 1066. The Salvin family lived in Nottingham at the manor of Sylvan, S-I-L-V-A-N, Sylvan. So this is the interesting thing as well, because, you know, it's very similar to the word silver, okay? And gold and silver, well, the word God is in the word gold. And my initials are G-S. Precious metals, right? Yeah, it's an interesting saying that, isn't it? Precious metal, precious metal. Anyway, it says here, the patriarch of the line, Josias Le Flamand, who came to England at the conquest, held the third part of a knight's fee in Cockney in Nottinghamshire, and 2 ploughlands of the king, by the service of shoeing the king's palfrey on all 4 feet, with the king's nails, as oft as he should lie at his manor of Mansfield. And if he lame the king's palfrey, or prick him, or shoe him too straight, he shall forfeit to the king a palfrey worth 4 marks. Yeah, so the patriarch of the line, Josias Le Flamand. Now apparently that means Jesus the Flemish. Jesus the Flemish. So you see how that ties in with the frogs, and you know, the frog in the throat, the impure, you know, the idea of the dragon, the beast. I mean, that's the other thing as well, right? You know, the false prophet. Well, that's the thing. I'm God. I came down from heaven, right? So the idea of falling from heaven, coming down from heaven, you know, you could call that fall, right? Falls, right? You know, it's a double-edged sword thing. Okay, so you know, obviously there are people who are false, and there are people who fall. You know, who fall, right? You know, like sometimes you trip up and you fall flat in your face. You know, it does happen sometimes. Ow! It's really hurting my ear. Ow. So it was quite comfortable yesterday. I wore these earbuds all day, pretty well, most of the day, several hours. So I think my ears, they're just feeling a little bit tender. Anyways, got really good battery life on them, really good. So that's the thing. It says the three impure spirits that looked like frogs, they came out of the mouth of the dragon, out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet. So this is the thing, right? You know, it talks about the dragon falling, right? And, you know, fell. Well, that's the thing, right? You know, that's the thing. False. You know, the reason why did they? How is it the word fall? You know what a waterfall is, right? You know, waterfalls. What waterfalls? Waterfalls? Are you saying that water is false? I mean, do you know what I mean? Like, how many different ways can you look at this? You know, people. That's it's babble. It's magic words. Okay, it's all about twisting meanings, right, in order to attack me, God. So what else we got here? Right. I mean, this is the thing. Mary, the spirit of Mary, is on top of me. She rides me. So, you know, when it talks about the scarlet beast with 7 heads and 10 horns, and it talks about the whore of Babylon, the prostitute who rides the scarlet beast, well, it's the thing. I'm surrounded by ghosts. I've got ghosts all over. There's usually ghosts touching me, poking me, prodding me, stroking me, all kinds of stuff. Okay. I feel them touching me, and it's been that way for about 5 years now. Mentioned it many times. So I mean, and that's the other thing, right? Islam is lamb. Okay? Mohammed. Yeah, Moses, Mohammed. Yeah. I mean, don't you think it's strange? You know, so it's obviously Muslims, they don't eat pork. Okay? And the word ham is in Muhammad. Yeah? Ham. You know, pork. Well, you know, pork is a word, it also has sexual connotations as well, right? If a man, you know, he might pork a woman, right? As an example. Sausage. Back on. You would like some back on with that, would you? Smoky back on. Brat's worst sausage. Brat's worst. Brat worst sausage. What an interesting name, huh? Yeah, that's another thing, right? You know, all these stories about dogs dying in cars. You know, they would overheat. Well, you know, what's a hot dog? Yeah? What's a hot dog? You know, I don't like seeing it, but this is the thing, right? If I eat hot dogs, you know, quite often I'll see in the news a story of a dog dying in a car. Because the owner decided they needed a hot dog as well. Because they're demons. And that's what they do. It's a sad story. But I like dogs. Yeah. I try not to eat hot dogs too much. I got addicted. I was a bit addicted to them for a while. Anyways. Yeah, what's the seal line? You know, there's the 7 seals mentioned in the Book of Revelation. You know what a sea line is, right? Sea line? I think that's another thing, isn't it? Because they're called sea... Aren't they also called sea dogs, or dogs of the sea? It says here, sea dogs and sea lions are 2 fascinating marine mammals that often get confused due to their similar names. Right, so they do actually look, they're quite different. So, can I look at a picture? What's the difference? So that's a sea dog. Sea dog. So that's the thing, right? So a seal lion. What? Yeah, I'm still confused, to be quite honest. I mean, to me, they look very similar, you know? I mean, it's like, you know, crow and raven, you know, very similar animals. You know, they've obviously got a lot in common, I would say. You know, they're very similar looking animals, I would say. I mean, obviously they have differences, but, you know, they have a lot of similarities as well. I mean, do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, you know, white people, and, you know, there are black people as well, you know, there are differences. You know what I mean? There are some differences. But it's strange, yeah, this is how humans have, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, they obviously have similarities. But then again, most human beings believe in the theory of evolution, you know. I mean, obviously genetics can change, but, I created everybody and everything, okay? And the story of evolution that scientists want to tell, they want to talk about how monkeys evolved into human beings. Well, that's rubbish. I mean, they've got lots of different skeletons, but they don't have enough. They really don't have. There's a lot of missing pieces, but they can't. Charles Darwin, he said what he expected. Said if the theory is true, you will find a certain amount of evidence, and that evidence was never found. Humans only found a bunch of different skeletons, and they want to try to make the pieces fit where they don't fit. So how it all happened, well, I don't know. I believe that the world is millions of years old. I'm not one of these people who thinks the world's 6,000 years old or anything like that, but ultimately, look, it doesn't really matter that much in the grand scheme of things, okay? What's important is whether you love me or you don't, because if you don't, well, you're going to suffer. I've given you a lot of time. I've given the world, I've given people a lot of chances. And I was thinking of this analogy. I was watching these DJs playing, right? He's really good. They're very, they're very good at DJing, right? And they're being worshipped by all these people, and they're talented. They've got all this skill. And I was thinking of the analogy of me. Well, this is the thing. I'm God. I'm the source of all power and manifestation. A DJ is basically just a DJ is a wizard, basically a witch and a wizard. They're mixing and doing all kinds of magic. I used to DJ myself. This is the thing, right? I used to have expensive DJ equipment when I was younger. But the thing is, here's an analogy for you, okay? Imagine the most powerful computer that exists. It's a massive supercomputer, right? I'm the supercomputer, okay? And all these people, all the people in the world, they're all very basic computers. They're dumb term. I used to work in IT, so I'm trying to explain this as best as I can, but they have very basic computers, but they get power from me, the supercomputer, by going over the network. So they connect to me with magic, okay? I mean, this is the analogy I'm trying to make. So, they get more power through, because that's the thing. People of the world have been blessed in so many ways. They don't know where their blessings have come from. And they're doing all kinds of witchcraft against me, to steal power from me, to try to dethrone me, to try to, I was Jesus because I wanted people to have a good connection with me. I wanted them to, have a relationship with me. But the fact is, most of the world is, they're just trying to steal my power and my resources. They're trying to steal my identity. But what's going to happen is they're going to get cut off. And they're going to realize that at the end of it, they're just going to realize they're a basic bitch who's got nothing left, basically. So hopefully you get the analogy. You know, I am where all the power comes from. People, this is why everyone in the world, this is why, you know, like I said, you know, if no one wants to glorify me, the rocks and the stones and the mountains, they'll speak of me. Yeah, the world, it talks about me, even though it wants nothing to do with me. The thing is I'm the light. You know, like, you know, the sun that's in the sky. Well, how many people on planet Earth do you think would never want to see the sun? You know, everyone wants to go outside and bask in its heat and its light. You know, everybody does. It's like a requirement. Well, that's the same thing with me. I'm God. You know, people want my power. People want that. You know, they're so attracted to me because of my power. And so they're doing all everything they do, everything they think, say, do, it's all geared towards trying to acquire my power in one way or another. So I said to people, if you want to do that, well, you know, I understand that that's what people are going to do. People are always going to try to obtain blessings from me, or, you know, my power through witchcraft. So obviously I gave people a very specific way how to do that in a way that I'm happy with. But people want to break the rules. Yeah, people don't want to love me. They want my blessings without loving me. But they will get cut off. They won't have it. Okay? And that's where the weeping and the gnashing of teeth is, right? That's when, you know, that's the outer darkness. I mean, imagine being locked in a cage and never being able to see sunlight. I mean, imagine that. Imagine never being able to go outside, feel the heat and the warmth and the light of the sun. You would, it would make you very unhappy. You would feel unwell. I mean, that's an example, it's an analogy, right? I am the light of the world. When I am in the world, I am the light of the world. Anyways, it's been a long video. I need to do some puzzle solving, obviously. So yeah, I was reading about the origin of my surname. So yeah, there was a church builder who used to write books about building Gothic churches. He was called Anthony Salvin. He was a well-known Salvin. So the motto, the Salvin motto, is Je ne change qu'un morin, in French, right? It's French. I only change. Sorry about my terrible French, but there you go. I only change in death. Which is another interesting, because like I said, I'm associated with the death card in tarot. Okay. Yeah, Anthony Salvin, English architect, an expert on medieval buildings. He restored many castles and country houses. Yeah. So okay, so he was an architect, and he was involved with churches as well. I think, pretty sure. Restoring churches and things like that. The variations of the surname Salvin include Salvin, DeSalvin, Salwin, Sylvan, Sylvain, Salvain, Salvine, Salvine, Cuckney, 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 Cuck. How many people have said the phrase Christ Cuck? Christ Cuck. You don't want to be a Christ Cuck. Worship Odin instead. You know, how many people are like that? You know, they, especially people, you know, people who call themselves far right. You know, they like to think that, a lot of them say that Jesus is a Jew. You know, the Bible is a Jewish religion. So they prefer to worship, you know, they prefer to worship false gods, pagan gods, you know, such as Odin or Thor or something like that, right? You know, there's obviously a lot of them, and that's the thing. There is only one God, me. And by me, I don't mean you. This guy, yeah, me. Yeah. So that's the thing, you know. So after the Battle of 1066, there was the descendants of Josias Le Flamand, and they were involved with building monasteries. And Salvin is a surname that is a name that has been associated with saints. And that's the other thing. Salvin's also associated with the name Thorpe, as in Thorpe Salvin. So, and that's a, you know, well, it's a theme park, isn't it? Thorpe Park. It's the last time I went to a theme park, actually. It's a long time ago. Excuse me. So, it's been a bit of a random video. The reason is, well, in particular because I've got so many things I have to think about, and I don't really know what to focus on. I just felt like making a video though, so. I mean, that's the thing, the name Solomon is associated with the word temple. You know, it's a Solomon's temple. So that's the thing. In a sense, I am Solomon. And Solomon, that's the thing, there's so many magic books that are associated with, well, there's so many magic. Yeah, I mean, I've got a bunch of magic books on magic, and you know, like the Keys of Solomon. Yeah, I should tell you what, I'll pause the video, I'll go get my book. I'll see what I got. Okay, so I found 3 books. Got one here, small one, The Lesser Key of Solomon. I've got another one, The 3 Magical Books of Solomon. And I've got the 6th and 7th books of Moses, apparently. So, I never read them. I purchased them ages ago. So I've got all sorts. What else have I got? I've actually got like a wooden box full of the planetary seals of King Solomon. They're all coins with the seals. They're coin shaped. They look like coins, metal coins, and they've got the planetary seals of Solomon. I paid a few £100 for that. And what else have I got? I've got a book called The Picatrix. I've got a magic book called like the Book of Saint Cyprian. I've got some other stuff as well. Yeah, I've got a variety of magic books. I bought them just to learn about. Well, I bought them to learn about witchcraft. To figure out what it's all about. This is the thing, you know. I figured out I'm God, and obviously, I had to figure out, you know, all these different things, because in order to protect myself. So, what the hell is this shit about then? So here we go. Here's a small book, The Lesser Key of Solomon. It's got Aleister Crowley on the back there. You have a good look at him. Yeah. Goetia. How do you spell that? How do you pronounce that? Goetia. The Book of Evil Spirits. Anyways. There's some interesting Latin. Let me get on clavicular Salomonis Regis. Very interesting Latin. Yeah. I used to study a bit of Latin when I was a kid. I've forgotten most of it, but I do remember some stuff. And there's code word in it as well. Let me get on. Yeah. You know, the bitch, the whore Babylon, the prostitute. Yeah, she rides on the scarlet beast. Let me get on. Clavicular Salomonis Regis. Yeah, well, it's interesting because it's spelled Salomon. It's spelled Salomon. Salomon, not Solomon, but it's not Solomon, it's Salomon. And that's the thing, my surname is Salvin. I am Mr. Salvin. So, all this stuff here, I mean, it says here, this is the preface here, so this translation of the first book of the Lemegeton, which is now for the first time made accessible to students of talismanic magic, was done after careful collation and addition from numerous ancient manuscripts in Hebrew, Latin, and French, blah 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 blah, by the order of the secret chief of the Rosicrucian order. Oh. The G.H. Fra, having succumbed unhappily to the assaults of the four great princes, acting notably under martial influences, it seemed expedient that the work should be brought to its conclusion by another hand. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy witchcraft shit and secret society stuff and lots of babble, 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 babble. Oh, the very first, part 1. Here we go. It says, the initiated interpretation of ceremonial magic. It is loftily amusing to the student of magical literature, who is not quite a fool, and rare is such a combination, to note the criticism directed by the Philistine against the citadel of his science. Truly, since our childhood has ingrained into us not only literal belief in the Bible, but also substantial belief in Alf Layla, Wa Layla, and only adolescence can cure us, we are only too liable, in the rush and energy of dawning manhood, to overturn roughly and rashly both these classics, to regard them both on the same level, as interesting documents from the standpoint of folklore and anthropology, and as nothing more. Even when we learn that the Bible, by a profound and minute study of the text, may be forced to yield up Kabbalistic arcana of cosmic scope and importance, we are too often slow to apply a similar restorative to the companion volume, even if we are the luck holders of Burton's veritable edition. I mean, this is all evil shit, okay? But it is it's witchcraft, it's magic. I need to know what these people say. I need to know what these people think. I need to know what the hell are these people been doing. Why did they do the things that they did? For what purpose, do you think? That's because they want to be God. They want to be me. They're trying to put curses on me. So, yeah, it's got all these different seals. They're like, they're like, I suppose they're supposed to be the keys of Solomon, aren't they? The planetary seals of Solomon, maybe? Here's got the hexagram of Solomon here. The hexagram of Solomon. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, that's a really good question. Where does this come from? People call this the Star of David, the six-pointed triangle. Okay. But where does it really come from? What it actually shows. The up pointing triangle. Well, it points up, and then you got a triangle that points down. And it represents sex. The one that points up is the penis, and the one that points down is the vagina. You know, that's the idea behind it. Yeah? I mean, this is the thing. When people draw, you know, here's the pentagram of Solomon here. The pentagram of Solomon. So, you know, the reason witches, okay, the reason they, you know, white magicians, they use stars is because I'm God. Yeah, I was Jesus. Yeah, I said, I am the light of the world. I am the Son of Man. I am the Son of God. I'm the Son of Man. If you've seen me, you've seen the Father. So I said I was God without actually saying I was God. You know, I implied it. So that's the thing, you know, people, they either think, well, Jesus was the Son of God, or he is God. You know, people believe different things, right? And obviously there are a lot of people who think that I wasn't the Son of God. I am God. Anyways, but that's the thing, the idea of drawing a star, it's all about magic. You know, it's witchcraft, right? It's a magical object. You know, people were told not to draw things that are in the heavens above, right? As an example, right? Don't you know, don't create graven images of what's in the heavens above and what's in, you know, below the sea, you know, what's under the ground, you know, what's beneath the water, etc. And, you know, to draw a star, well, that is, you know, the star is something that is in the heavens above. It's, you know, in the sky. The heavens is one way of saying sky, right? You know, it's what's up above the earth. And people want to draw stars. They want to use star magic. Okay, that's what they do. So, I mean, even when I was a little kid, when I was at school, you know, if I was a good boy, I'd get you know, the teacher might give me a glitter, you know, one of those gold stars, or a silver star, or a bronze star. You know, depending how good I was, you know, the teacher would have like a list of all the kids' names, and you know, we'd all get, you know, if you were a good boy, right, we'd get our little stars, or whatever it was, right, to show how good we had been, or naughty. It was really strange. When I was a little kid, I had an obsession with banging when I was at school, at that age, I used to have an obsession with banging my head into the table. Or literally just bang on the table like that. You know, I had this obsession of making my head rock hard. Well, that's the thing. I'm the ram. You know what I mean? Like, what does a ram do? A ram headbutts. Yeah, well, magic makes me do some strange things. Okay. It always has. You know, I've lived a very strange life. Okay. But yeah, I mean, all this stuff here. I mean, you know, yeah. What are these other books then? 3 Magical Books of Solomon. What's in here then? Yeah, I mean, it looks very similar. Yeah. Shemham Farash. What the heck is that? I mean, I recognize the word. Yeah. It's got the Magical Circle and the Magical Triangle of Solomon. Ooh, what's that? Let's have a look it up. So the magical triangle of Solomon. Oh, that's really weird, that is. So, maybe I can show you quickly, right? Oh. So, can you see that triangle? You notice there's a circle in the triangle, and around the circle it has M-I, and then it has C-H-A, and then E-L. That spells Michael. Hopefully you can see that. That's really weird, that. So why's it got the word Michael in there? I don't know what these other words are. Anaphaxiton, premiumaton, and tetragrammaton. I don't know if you know what the tetragrammaton is, but the tetragrammaton is, it's got the name. It's the four-letter word for God, and it comes. I've got the. Oh, I've got all these. Hang on. Well, the tetragrammaton is the four-letter name. Yeah. And I've got it. I got it on this. You probably can't see it. It's a 5-pointed star with the tetragrammaton around it. I wear that. I wear a bunch of stuff. Yeah. Because that's the thing, these are, magical, that's the thing, people want to use magical things and symbols against me. So if I acquire them, I break curses. So that's why I do it. That was the idea behind it anyway. So this says, this is the form of the magical triangle into which Solomon did command the evil spirits. Now that's interesting, right? Because like I said, Michael, it spells Michael, and it's a circle and a triangle. So this is, and I'm surrounded with evil spirits. Oh, interesting. It is to be made at 2 feet distance from the magical circle, and it is 3 feet across. Note that this triangle is to be placed toward that quarter whereunto the spirit belongeth, and the base of the triangle is to be nearest unto the circle, the apex pointing in the direction of the quarter of the spirit. Observe thou also the moon in thy working. What did I talk about? Moses and the Moon. Yeah, Solomon. The evil spirits. They attack my buttocks. A triangle has 3 sides. A 3 looks like a bum sideways, doesn't it? As aforesaid, yeah, so observe thou also the moon in thy working as aforesaid, etc. Anaphaxiton is sometimes written anephaneton. So see, colors, triangle outlined in black, name of Michael, black on white ground. Yeah, I mean, ugh. So this is some, where does this come from? Well, what's the origin of this? I mean, this like found, wasn't it in like the Greater Key of Solomon was researched and translated from ancient manuscripts in British libraries by S.L. MacGregor Mathers. He has an interesting surname, Mathers. Yeah, Marshall Mathers. Okay, so S.L. MacGregor Mathers in 1889. Traditionally, the work is divided into two books. Book 1 explains the operation of conjuration spells and other magical works found in its pages. Book 2 instructs the practitioner on the proper attire, purification, and rituals needed for obtaining results. The Lesser Key is a compilation of ancient writings making up a text book of magic. Portions of the book are traced to the mid-16th to 17th centuries, when occult researchers such as Cornelius Agrippa and Johannes Trithemius assembled discoveries made during their own investigations into the occult. So, yeah, there's some very strange stuff here. I'll say that much. When did God tell people to do this kind of stuff? Draw weird looking diagrams and seals and cast magic circles and stars and all that kind of stuff. I didn't. I specifically said don't do it. Yeah. And here's the name Michael again. The magic ring or disc of Solomon. The inner ring says Michael. And then it's got this, I mean, what? Ugh. The vessel of brass. Oh, this looks in the vessel of brass. This is the form of the vessel of brass wherein King Solomon did shut up the evil spirits, etc. Somewhat different forms are given in the various codices. The seal was made in brass to cover this vessel with at the top. Yeah, it mentions genies. The secret seal of Solomon. Whew. Yeah, this is some weird looking stuff. I mean, that's the thing, I said I would come to you like a thief in the night. Well, what does that mean? What is I'm supposed to do? I mean, it has different meanings. It's not only one thing. It's going to be lots of things, probably. But what's the thing I'm supposed to do? I need to look into this more. So, the 6th and 7th books of Moses, or Moses' magical spirit art, known as the wonderful arts of the old wise Hebrews, taken from the Mosaic books of the Kabbalah and the Talmud for the good of mankind, edited by Joseph Peterson. Okay. So it says here, the 6th and 7th books of Moses is one of the most well-known and widely used magical texts to come down to us from the medieval German magicians. Compiled from traditional sources, including Albertus Magnus, Trithemius Agrippa, and the Kabbalistic magical practices of the Psalms, the 6th and 7th books quickly became associated with the Faustian traditions of sorcery and were eagerly sought by folk magician, hoodoo practitioner, and West African shamans alike. In this edition, Peterson corrects many of the previously muddled talismans, Hebrew names, and magical images to their original form, and restores the text to a complete and very effective system of magic. There are many versions of the 6th and 7th books of Moses, but this is the only one that the modern magician will repeatedly use and the scholar reference. Mark Stavish, Director of Studies for the Institute for Hermetic Studies, author of Between the Gates, Lucid Dreaming, Astral Projection, and the Body of Light in Western Esotericism. Okay. Well, shall I open it? What does this book look like then? There's a lot of text in here, really. What the hell is all this shit? So, what the hell is this? It says, so it says here, formulas of the magical Kabbalah, or the magical art of the 6th and 7th books of Moses. So this is Clavicula Salomonis Regis Israeli. And that's Latin. Yeah, I mean, what? So it gives like all these sayings. It's like it's Hebrew. It gives the transliteration of like how to say it, and then it basically says what it does. Yeah, I mean, this is some real evil stuff. Serious witchcraft, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, wow. Well, it's a very... Yeah, so I mean, this is... I mean, that's the thing about these magic books. Very complicated. It's very complicated stuff to really understand what it's talking about and what it's all really about. You know, it's easy to look at it, you know, at face value, you know, just to look at it and be, yeah, I mean, but to really understand how it really, really works and why they did it a certain way, you know, what, yeah, well, I need to look at it more. I really do. So, I mean, I've got magic books that aren't even written in English. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't even know how to read them. Do you know what I mean? Like, well, some, yeah. I mean, it's, you know, but a book is a magical item as well. Do you know what I mean? It's, yeah. Anyways. You know, it's, you know, people want to, you know, I don't know what, I mean, this is the thing, right? Because, you know, it talks about the Talmud. I mean, this is the thing, the Moses and the Talmud, you know, that's the thing. When I gave Moses the Ten Commandments, you know, that's, you know, the Talmud, it basically you know, that's, the Talmud focuses on that event. You know, that is where their, you know, their oral traditions, you know, that's what the Talmud claims, you know, that's where their oral traditions, their oral Torah stems from. You know, and that's what, you know, and they use that as an excuse to, you know, they made up these lies so that they could create their own laws and their own, yeah, and to do all these different writings. And the rabbi in the synagogue, he sits on the chair of Moses. They have a ceremonial chair in the synagogue, and they call it the chair of Moses. And they sit on it as if they are Moses. And the thing about Moses is that he acted as if he was God, right? When he went to Pharaoh, he claimed to be God. Moses claimed to be God, and Aaron was his prophet. So, you know, when a rabbi, he goes and sits on a chair of Moses to teach the law, or to, you know, invent their own laws, they are sitting on that seat with the authority of God. They are, well, they are sitting there with the authority of Moses, and Moses is their false god, basically. You know what I mean? Like, he's the pretend fake god. Okay? Moses was a false god. He was, well, that's the thing, right? I told Moses what to do, and but that's the thing, you know, he was put in that, I put him in that position. Well, that's what happened, right? I mean, originally I asked him to speak on my behalf, but then he said, no, he needs someone to speak on his behalf, because he was trying to be me. And I said to him, I said, it'll be like as if you are God to Aaron, and Aaron's going to be your prophet. Now go speak to Pharaoh and say, let my people go. So, you know, that's the thing. It's, you know, the world is sneakily trying to steal my throne, my power. Yeah? Jesus, I spoke about the chair of Moses in the New Testament, right? It's spoken about. You can read it in the New Testament. You know, I said about the Pharisees that the reason, you know, I said that they had, you know, that they sat in that chair for evil reasons. Okay? They had an evil agenda. Because there are people that like to invent their own laws, and they were hypocrites as well. So they were sitting in the chair of Moses, telling other people what to think and what to do, while they didn't do those things themselves. Yeah? Acting like they like to sit in that chair and pretend that they were God. They were trying to act like they were me. And this is the reason why the ghost of Moses is behind, he's attacking me from behind. He is sexually, at least trying to dethrone me. Yeah? It's not easy explaining this all to people. It really isn't. What can I say? What can I... for a lot of people, they think it's comedy. They think it's a funny thing to listen to. But that's because they're demons. It's not really that funny. I mean, excuse me. Moses. Oh, that was for Moses. I mean, MO is code for a butt anyway. An M looks like a butt. An O is the shape of a butthole. MO. Mo says. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I showed Moses my back. And what happened to his face? It all lit up. Yeah, and he had to wear a veil over his face. Yeah. So, yeah. I suppose the question is that, because I asked Abraham to sacrifice. Yeah, well, that's the thing, he was going to sacrifice Isaac, and I told him not to. So when did the Moloch thing come? When did the Moloch child sacrifice thing become a thing? When did that happen? How did that start? Was that, I assume, that existed. Child sacrifice obviously existed before I asked Abraham, when I tested him, right? So, yeah. That must be the case. But I don't know specifically about Moloch. And isn't it interesting that, well, apparently in the Old Testament, it's Moses and Moloch get mentioned in the same book of Exodus. So, they're mentioned in the same place. I mean, the other thing is, the Hebrew way of saying Messiah is Moshiach. Moshiach. And the Hebrew way of saying Moses is Moshe. Yeah? And that's the thing. I was Jesus. I was called the Messiah. The Son of God. The Son of Man. But the fact was, I was and I am God. So the word Messiah, Moshiach, is that's what, that's the name I've been called in the past. So Moshe, he wants to get all up in there, doesn't he? In what's behind me? My Moon, my butt. The chair of Moses. It's a very interesting brand of this chair I've got here. You probably can't read it, but it's stitched on there, and the brand name is Hinomi or Hinomi. It's spelled Hinomi. 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 Yeah, you know why I picked this chair. Yeah, I picked it for a reason. You know, I looked at the brand name and I thought, yeah, that seems, well, that's the thing, you know, because I thought to myself, there are other people out there who sit on this brand of chair. How dare they? How dare they sit in this chair? You know, they're going to sit in a chair that's called Hinomi. And it's like, well, that's the thing. That's what humans do, right? This is a perfect example. You know, someone who doesn't believe in God mocks the idea, mocks God, insults me, yeah, hates me, doesn't even believe in me, probably. But they'll buy themselves a chair, and the brand name is Hinomi, as if God knows them or something. Yeah, and then they'll pretend like they don't do witchcraft. They pretend that they're not trying to steal God's power. Why would they do that? But that's a perfect example. You know, there's a reason why. Well, that's the thing. You know, in the Gospel of John, he talks about the Word, and the Word being with God, and the Word was God. Yeah. So that's the thing. I am the Word. I am called. You know, people call me the Logos. The Logos. Logos. Well, that's a brand logo. Yeah, that's a brand logo. Logos. I'm magically connected with it. That's why people do that kind of stuff. I mean, even this, you know, these earbuds, like, you know, I talked about this earlier, you know, Pooh Shank and Skull Candy. You know, when I look in the box, this is the charging case for it. It's got a model number here, GS2438. Now, I didn't even know, you know, when I bought this. I just opened the box and there it is in white writing on a black case. You know, it says it right there. Look. Can you see it? Maybe you can. See, it's there. It's written there. Where the white writing is there. It says GS. Let me see if I can brighten my screen a little bit here. Hang on. Can I brighten? Oh, there we go. Try that again. Close that. There we go. Look, maybe you can see that, but it says GS2438 right there. Anyways, what GS? Those are my initials. Yeah. Copyright, trademark. I mean, this is the interesting thing, right? You know, I was talking about Lord of the Rings earlier. Okay, and you know, Sodom. So, the story about Sodom and Gomorrah, and you know, so Abraham's nephew, who was called Lot. Now, that's a very interesting word, Lot. Lot has a lot of different meanings. Yeah. You know what a pilot is, or a pilot? Yeah, a pilot. You know who Pilate was? Pontius Pilate. Yeah, the Roman guy. But Pilate, oh well, Lot, he was in Sodom, right? So, and the angels were sent to him to get him out of Sodom. And he left with his wife, and they were told when they left Sodom, do not look back. Now, why is that such an interesting thing? Well, I've been thinking about that recently. Because, well, this is the thing, you know, in Freemasonry, in magic, you know, they yeah, I mean, you can even see it on the dollar bill, can't you? You know, it's got the pyramid with the capstone, you know, and it's got the all-seeing eye. Yeah, you know, the eye, that's the one eye symbolism that's in the triangle. A triangle is a three-sided shape. A three looks like a butt. Okay, so in magic, this is the thing, my butthole, my anus, I mean, that's the thing. Anne, us, well, that's the thing. Anne is a name. You know, there are people who are called Anne. You know, my grandmother, her name is Anne. Her surname is Reed. You know, the book of Revelation says, I was given a reed. Yeah, like a measuring rod. A reed. It's interesting, she has a brother, which, well, he's dead now, but he was called Frank. And, you know, you heard of Anne Frank? Yeah, the story about Anne Frank. I used to read that book when I was at school. Yeah, apparently that's, well, I've heard that a lot of the stories fake. But anyways, you know, some would just want to make a lot of money. Or whatever, right? People will argue about that one. But, you know, where was I going with this? So, yeah, so in magic, let's see, my butt is the sun. It's a star. You know, it's the universe is connected with my butt. Because I reject the world, I reject the universe, right? It's what, and that's my body rejects physical matter, right? And it comes out of that hole. So the all-seeing eye, you know, this is the thing, because the demons want to steal my light, and that's where it is, right? I mean, I was Jesus Christ, the Son of God, and that was in the past. It's what's behind me, okay? And so this is why demons have surrounded me, to dethrone me. You know, it talks about in the book of Revelation that the third part of the moon, the stars and the sun were struck and became dark. That's me being attacked by demons. Okay? They're trying to put me in darkness. They're trying to steal my power, which is going to end very badly for them and the world. It's a very big mistake to do that to me. Mistake? Mistake? Oh yeah, that's an interesting bit of babble. Yeah. Mistake? Oh, it was a mistake, was it? Oh, don't worry, it was only a little mistake. A little mistake. What could that be talking about? Children? Anyways, so the thing about the story about the dragon, you know, and the woman carrying the man-child, and how, you know, the dragon spews water out of his mouth. Well, that's the thing, you know, water is associated with emotion. Okay? Life. That's one way of looking at it. So this is the thing, you know, I pour my heart out to people, but they don't care. They hate me. All they do is hate me. That's it. They don't want to listen. They want to avoid me. They want to do witchcraft against me. They want to mock me, insult me, attack me, try to kill me. All that stuff. Yeah. So, where do I go with this? Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, you know. Well, I told the parable. It says, how do you first enter a strong man's house and plunder his goods? First, you must bind him. And that's the thing. I'm God, right? So if everyone's doing binding magic against me, and what they do is they call me not. Okay? So they want to call me not, as in not God. And then that means that everyone else in the world, they're also not God. You see? And now, that's them trying to level the playing field so they can attack me with more magic. Like I said, it's very complicated. It's interesting, isn't it, that parable? It's a parable I think about a lot. Oh, of course. Well, that's the thing, right? So I was talking about Lot and his wife leaving Sodom, right? They were told, do not look behind you. And Lot's wife, she did look behind her, and she was turned to a pillar of salt, I believe. And Lot, he just kept going. So, but it was a magic thing. It was a magic thing. They were told, do not look behind. Because, well, Sodom, what's it known for? You know the word Sodom eyes? Sodom eyes. Ah. So what was the name of... What was the name of Lot's wife then? Let's have a quick look. Oh, it's hard being me. Wait, here we go. Here we go. Oh, here we go. So what's this thing? Okay, here we go. Oh, the what? No, not that. What the fuck? Hang on. Excuse me. Oh, what the neck. So it says here, Abram rescues Lot. Abram and Lot separate. Okay. So where's the destruction of Sodom? I think it might be further on. Is it further on? Oh, it is here, yeah. Sodom and Gomorrah destroyed. Okay. So what was the name of his wife? Maybe she... Did it say what her name was? Ooh, it's here somewhere. Hang on. Ooh. By the time oh, okay. Ooh. Lot's wife looked back and she became a pillar of salt. Yeah, I need to look more into the story. Yeah. I mean, it's the thing. I used to live in a city called Brighton. It's the capital. It's the gay capital of the United Kingdom, right? I lived there from the age of about 12 or 13 to until I was, I don't know, 32, probably about 32. So that's 20 years, about 19 or 20 years. And you know, how many people have called that city Sodom, you know? Well, yeah, I mean, because people associate, well, you know, sodomy is how people say anal sex, which is a bit strange. I mean, obviously, man decided that Sodom was all about anal sex. Basically, do you know what I mean? You know, well, man invented that word, didn't he? Excuse me. Oh, it's another one from Moses. Whoa. It's like a fucking gas chamber in here. Tell you what, I haven't opened a window for about a year. I'm not even joking. I don't even open the blinds. It is literally like fucking, well, yeah, it's well, you know, it's a lot of methane and smoke. Nasty. It's fucking nasty, let's tell you. Ugh. Well, it gives me something to laugh about, so, yeah. Anyways, I suppose I better open a window soon. Whew. So what's this, like, because the fleeing, right, so this is here. So verse 14, right, chapter 19, so Lot went out and spoke to his sons-in-law, who were pledged to marry his daughters. He said, hurry and get out of this place, because the Lord is about to destroy the city. But his sons-in-law thought he was joking. How interesting, huh? Well, that's something I have in common with Lot. Yeah, people think I'm joking. Well, that's an interesting thing, isn't it? Because, well, Joseph was married to the Virgin Mary. Yeah? Joe King. Joe King. And you know what an average Joe is, don't you? Anyways, so it says here, verse 15. With the coming of dawn, the angels urged Lot, saying, hurry, take your wife and your 2 daughters who are here, or you will be swept away when the city is punished. When he hesitated, the men grasped his hand and the hands of his wife and of his 2 daughters, and led them safely out of the city. For the Lord, for the Lord was merciful to them. As soon as they had brought them out, one of them said, "Flee for your lives. Don't look back and don't stop anywhere in the plain." Plain. Now there's an interesting word, isn't it? Plain. What's a plain? Flee to the mountains, or you will be swept away. I mean, that's another thing as well, right? You know, plain, you know, I eat plain food. I wear plain clothes. You know, I've flown in an airplane. In fact, I've actually flown an airplane before as well, funnily enough, once. I did a lesson. I think I did 2 lessons actually. Yeah. Anyways, whatever. It might have been 1. I'm not sure. It says here, but Lot said to them, "No, my lords, please. Your servant has found favor in your eyes, and you have shown great kindness to me in sparing my life. But I can't flee to the mountains. This disaster will overtake me and I'll die. Look, here is a town near enough to run to, and it is small. Let me flee to it. It is very small, isn't it? Then my life will be spared." He said to him, "Very well, I will grant this request too. I will not overthrow the town you speak of, but flee there quickly, because I cannot do anything until you reach it." That is why the town was called Zoar. Zoar. By the time Lot reached Zoar, the sun had risen over the land. Then the Lord rained down burning sulfur on Sodom and Gomorrah. From the Lord out of the heavens. Rained down burning sulfur on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord out of the heavens. Thus he overthrew those cities and the entire plain. Plain. Destroying all those in the cities. So he's told to get out of the plain. So that's, you know, because it talks about the entire plain. That's an interesting thought, that. Because, like I said, I eat plain, you know, if I order, you know what I mean? Like, people consider me to be a plain eater. I mean, and that's the other thing, right? Because, you know, people get on airplanes and they go up in the sky and they eat on the plane as well, don't they? They eat on the plane. But I've always been a fussy eater, and it's because, you know, lots of witchcraft has been done against me. It makes it very difficult. I grew up being a fussy eater, and I'm not as fussy as I used to be. But yeah, I often think, I should eat more healthy food. Okay. And I tend to wear plain clothes as well. I don't spend a lot of money on, for years I used to just wear plain t-shirts, nothing on them, no logos, just a colored t-shirt, various colors. Anyways, plain. It says here, verse 25, thus he overthrew those cities and the entire plain, destroying all those living in the cities. and also the vegetation in the land. But Lot's wife looked back, and she became a pillar of salt. Early the next morning, Abraham got up and returned to the place where he had stood before the Lord. He looked down toward Sodom and Gomorrah, toward all the land of the plain, and he saw dense smoke rising from the land, like smoke from a furnace. So when God destroyed the cities of the plain, he remembered Abraham, and he brought Lot out of the catastrophe that overthrew the cities where Lot had lived. So you remember on Christmas Day this year, 2024, Christmas, it was about a month ago, wasn't it? It was a month ago. It's the 25th today. There was that plane crash, wasn't it? How many people died? Plane crashes, there's been a lot of them, hasn't there? Yeah. That's the thing. Plane. What are we talking about? When I say plane, what are we talking about? It has several meanings. People talk about the spiritual plane. And in fact, there's an airline, I think it's called Spirit Airlines. Here, I'll search it. Look. There was a video I saw online, and they had a fire on the plane. Yeah, it's called Spirit Airlines. Spirit Airlines announces new dress code for passengers, banning revealing clothing by the looks of it. How weird. Spirit Airlines to invoke new dress code for flights. Well, they gotta all wear white, do they? White robes when they go up into the sky. It's an interesting thing though, isn't it? Why would they? Yeah, anyways. It's a spiritual plane, or on the land, a plane that's on the land, as described in the book of Genesis here, or there's airplane, plane, or plane as in like plain food, or plain clothes, or plain just ordinary. Well, plain is to consider something very ordinary, I suppose. Plain food, what does that really mean? Plain sort of it implies without the fancy extras, right? It lacks the other stuff. It's basic, maybe. It's something like that, isn't it? So yeah. And that's the thing about Sodom and Gomorrah. Well, if I say Son of God, yeah, that's the thing. It does actually say, right? Because that's the thing. I was Jesus. I took the sins of the world on me, right? And what are the sins of the world, right? What are the sins of the world? It's called the Son of God, SG. Okay, my initials are GS. But if I reverse them, so what's in my past, my behind, right? Those if I turn those initials the other way, it becomes SG. And then you can see, well, there's Sodom and Gomorrah, there's, and the Son of God. It's interesting to see how the it's a magic thing. It's pointing to something. Okay, and it's what I've it has a lot to do with what I'm talking about. who I am. I'm sorry this video has been very, you know, I haven't really tried to structure it in any kind of way. I've been, yeah, but you know, it is what it is. I felt like talking, and I felt like being listened to. Chances are nobody's actually going to listen because no one ever fucking does. But, you know, I felt like it's nice to talk because I don't get to talk. People don't let me talk to them. You know, I can't really, that's the thing. You know, everyone's evil. So, who am I going to talk to? You know, I've got to use my vocal cords at some point. I've got to speak. I've got to say stuff. You know, make my little video journal of who I am and what I'm thinking today. Gives me something to listen to if I want to listen to myself as well. It's crazy to think, like some days I'll wake up, I'll make a 5-hour long video and then I'll spend another 5 hours listening to it while I upload it. And then, you know, by the time I finish doing that, I'm ready. I'm so tired I can barely do anything. So that's the thing, right? Because Solomon is the son of David. That's right, King David. Well, King David, he's my cousin. Andrew Neil is his name. The son of Donald Neil. You know, they have a cat called Boris as well. Yeah. So, yeah, and his mum's called Christine. Christine Neil. I mean, that's the thing, when I was Jesus, you know, people would try to call me son of David. And I said that I am the root of David. Yeah, I'm the root of David. You know, there's that vegetable. It was one of the vegetables I really, really don't like. Beetroot. I hate beetroot. Especially pickled beetroot. I mean, the colour of it and the smell of it. Fucking hell. Yeah. I mean, I've eaten beetroot crisps. Yeah, I've eaten beetroot crisps. They're okay. I'd eat those. I've drunk some beetroot juice and I have to say I wasn't particularly fond of it. I drank it because I wanted to feel better. But anyways. And the other one is tomato. Well, I like, you know, a bit of tomato, but I don't like, you know, like big, wet, sloppy tomatoes. You know what I mean? Like, it's a bit much for me. I'll have sun-dried tomatoes on a pizza or something. But when I grew up, I was very fussy about those types of vegetables. I mean, that's the interesting thing, right? Because, you know, people eat salad, you know, salad, you know, and they have vinaigrette on it. Well, you know, if you combine salad and vinaigrette, well, my surname is Salvin, yeah? You know, it's kind of like eating myself or something. Bizarre thought, huh? I mean, it's a magic thing. I mean, I have eaten some salad, but not very much. Isn't it lettuce? Oh yeah, lettuce. What is that? Oh, salad, lettuce. Salad, Salvin lettuce. Salvin letters, did he? Oh. Oh. And what's it called? Balsamic vinegar. Balsamic. Who's Baal? 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 Well, Baal's supposed to mean Lord, but then people personified Baal as some evil deity, didn't they? It was something like that, wasn't it? You know, the Canaanite, you know, they called you know, I've seen videos of talking about, you know, about the Canaanite gods. And I mean, that's the other thing as well, right? Because people use the name Yahweh, the Tetragrammaton as well, right? So, you know, where does that come from? You know, or they say Jehovah or Yehovah. But this is the thing, people keep trying to change my name. They keep trying to twist it, and they keep trying to do word magic against my names. You know, they try to create a million different names for me, and they try to steal my power using those words. So, yeah, there is only one God, and that's me. So nobody else should be called God, or, like I said, no one, you know, I said call me Father. You know, don't use that name for anybody else. But did people follow my advice? No, most didn't. So, it is what it is. Eye, Asher, Eye. I am who I am. I once said, apparently. Go on, let's do a quick pick a page. Oh, Job. Oh, Book of Job. Ah. But now, Job, listen to my words. Pay attention to everything I say. I am about to open my mouth. My words are on the tip of my tongue. My words come from an upright heart. My lips sincerely speak what I know. The Spirit of God has made me. The breath of the Almighty gives me life. Answer me then if you can. Stand up and argue your case before me. I am the same as you in God's sight. I too am a piece of clay. No fear of me should alarm you, nor should my hand be heavy on you. But you have said, in my hearing I heard the very words. I am pure, I have done no wrong, I am clean and free from sin. Yet God has found fault with me. He considers me his enemy. He fastens my feet in shackles. He keeps close watch on all my paths. But I tell you, in this you are not right, for God is greater than any mortal. Why do you complain to him that he responds to no one's words? For God does speak now one way, now another, though no one perceives it. So, I'm not sure who, is that Elihu? Elihu? Yeah, it's someone called Elihu. Well, El means God. Elihu. Elihu. I think that's him. Yeah, that's him speaking. Elihu, son of Barachel, the Buzite. So that's the thing about the Book of Job. It's, you know, some people think it's the oldest book of the Bible, perhaps, I mean, it's a very interesting story. You know, like, where did it come from? Did it really happen? And yeah, like, who wrote it? Nobody really knows. But it's in the Bible. You know, the most important words in the Bible are the words of Jesus. That's me. Okay? Man is imperfect, you see. That's the problem. That's the thing that I have, you know, I'm aware of. You know, when I read the Bible, I know which words are the most important ones and which ones, you know, well, you know that saying, take it with a grain of salt. Yeah, take it with a grain of salt. Yeah, Grand Samson. Grain of salt. Yeah, anyways. I need to get something to eat. I'm hungry. I think I might eat a pizza. For breakfast. Well, it's a bit early, isn't it? It's at 9:33 in the morning. Yeah. A little bit early. But I have been up since 4:30, so. So, oh, my ears. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Yeah, that's better. That's, oh. Ears getting a bit sore from wearing these things on my ears. So, whatever. Well, I'm exhausted and I'm tired and it's, you know, I do this every day. You know, I'm every day I am trying to convince a world that doesn't want to know me that I'm God. And how many videos have I made? How many attempts have I made? And people wonder why I smoke. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll quit for 6 months or something. Maybe. And if I'm still pissed off with the world, well, I'll just start again. Maybe I could do that. Maybe. I find it very difficult, though. I'll be honest. It's very difficult. You know, if there are people in this world who actually love me, if I felt loved, you know, I would. I mean, that's the thing, you know, I don't get time to relax, I don't get time to feel happy. Every day is a drain. It's draining. It's horrible. And I've been living like this for a decade, probably. You know, feeling like there's no escape from misery. You know, I'm waiting to get out of it. I want to get out of it. So, yeah, it's hard. But I've got stuff to do. I do. Oh, excuse me. I wasn't talking about that. Oh, gas. Yeah. Gas power. Coal power. Solar power. Wind power. Storm God. Well, that's the thing. People call, what do they call me? They call me Yahweh. Yeah. Storm God. Well, what's a storm? The wind's blowing. Yeah. You know, oh, it's a bit windy. Yeah. Passing gas. Passover. PS. See, this is the thing. The world, I told the world to be of my spirit. But the thing is I told people to be of my spirit, to love me. Love and forgive. Put me first. God. If they're not doing that, they are trying to mimic me and mirror me, and they use the functions of my physical body to try to magically steal power from me. You know, wind power is an example of that. Okay. Yeah, people like solar power. Yeah. Well, what's a, you know, in magic? Well, that's the thing. The butt is called the asshole. Asshole. Soul. Solar power. So, you know, all these people who have solar powered homes, well, they're drawing on my power, basically. Yeah. In terms of magic, yeah. Very likely, yeah. It's a hard thing to understand, though, isn't it? And you know what they have up in space? They've got satellites. Well, that's the thing. What have I said about my butt? Satellite. What's a satellite? You know, and you know, what's that? You know, Elon Musk. You know, he's put his networking satellites up there, isn't he? He's putting he's using networking satellites. Starlink. You know, what's a satellite got to do with a star? You know, it's magic. You know, he has rockets. He calls them Dragon. I used to be a network engineer, IT network engineer. I sit next to a guy, and he went off to be a satellite engineer. Older than me. He was probably at least 10 years older than me. But I used to work with him. And when he left, he went to Spain to become a satellite engineer. Yeah. Another witch man. Yeah. This is why I won't have a job anymore. I refuse to associate with people. Because if I choose to surround myself with demons, then you know, if I choose to surround myself with people like that, they can say, you know, their words, their actions, the things they say about me behind my back, it affects me, and that's why I have withdrawn from the world. I have isolated myself. Because it's necessary. Otherwise, I'm subjecting myself to a lot of witchcraft. more than I already have to deal with. So it's a no-brainer, isn't it? A no-brainer. That's an interesting expression, isn't it? Do you know what I'm talking about? Ooh. I'll go on, have a quick look at the news. What does it say? Cancer doctor wins grueling 268-mile ultra marathon. Yeah, I don't care. That's a really interesting thing I should point out, because everyone's talking about that murderer who's been sentenced to 52 years in prison. What, 51 years and something like 51 or 52 years. He tried murdering, well, he murdered 3 young girls, and his name is Axel Ruda Kubana. Now, what's really interesting about that is because one of my favorite computer games to play, well, my favorite was Street Fighter. Okay, I've played thousands of hours of Street Fighter. You know, that's the old games, the new games. I haven't played a game of Street Fighter for ages, but whatever, right? I haven't had the time. I haven't played games for ages. I played a little bit of poker recently, but that's about it. I spent £5,000 on the gaming computer, and it hasn't even been switched on in an entire year. I have a Raspberry Pi I do my computing on to save electricity, because I haven't got time to play games. But Axel's the name of a character in a game called Streets of Rage 2. I'm not sure if he's in Streets of Rage 1. He might be, actually. I think he might be, yeah. But he's not the main character. In Streets of Rage 2, he is the main character, and that was my favourite Streets of Rage game. I also had there are homebrew games as well, right? Homebrew. You know what a homebrew game is? Bomber Games. There's a game, a group they call themselves Bomber Games, and they made Streets of Rage remake. And I've played, I've probably played at least 1,000 hours of that. And Streets of Rage 4, I've played a lot of that as well. So that's the thing, Axel, so that's the thing, he had a problem with violence, yeah, and, well, that's the thing, that's what demons do. They try to copy me, even though, I wasn't going out being violent to people in the actual streets. I was playing a computer game where I played a character called Axel, yeah. And so, in real life, there's a young man, who wants to cause Streets of Rage. Okay? That's why, this is why, if the world doesn't love me, the world is going to destroy itself, bit by bit. Okay? I think it's really terrible, obviously there's 3 young girls, obviously what happened to them is terrible, and, of course, I feel bad for them, but at the same time, what were they doing? Their parents had sent them to a dancing school where they, the policewoman who was talking about it on TV just the other day, referred to Taylor Swift as their idol. The idol that they loved. Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift's evil. You have no idea what evil things she's connected with. She's a Freemason. She's a member of a secret society that's involved in things like child sex trafficking and potentially child sacrifice. And so, is it not strange how her name gets mentioned when 3 young girls die? It's because of magic. Okay? It's a type of reflection. Okay? It's pointing to something. Okay? So, that's the thing. You have to really... I understand this. I know this. But people don't. They don't see it. I do. I'm God. You know what? You know, their parents, the parents of those young girls, thought what they were doing was harmless. They didn't see a problem with it. But it is actually a problem. You know, if you actually read the Old Testament and read the New Testament, you know, all of that is spoken about in great detail. But the fact is, man and woman choose to do what they want to do instead. And it's the path to destruction. It really is. And I tried very hard to stop people going down that path. Because it's like this, I'm God, and if other people want to try to be me, they get destroyed. I mean, what a shocker. Think about it, right? You're created by God, then you want to try to be God, or you want someone else to be God, and then as a result of that, you get destroyed. Does this not seem logical? Does it seem that illogical? I don't really understand why people can't grasp that very basic concept. Why is it so difficult to understand it? I mean, the Israelites, you know, they would worship me, they'd love me, but then they'd change their minds. They'd forget about me. Yeah, they go whoring after other people's false gods. Yeah, all the time. Again and 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 again. And every time they found themselves in a disaster, that, you know, they would turn back to me and they would say, "Sorry, God, we forgot about you. Please forgive us." And then, like, you know, it would, yeah, it happens again and again and again and again and again and again and again. So, you know, this is the thing. You know, it is what it is. That's the truth. You know, why is it gonna be this way, God? Why do we have to worship? Why do we have to have anything to do with you, God? Well, this is the thing. I'm the source of all power and magic, and you know, people are blessed because of me. Even those who don't deserve to be blessed are blessed through me. Okay? Even those who won't even acknowledge my existence are blessed through me, because they are constantly drawing on my power with their words and their actions, because they're constantly trying to pretend they're me. Yeah, because they're obsessed with my power. I mean, imagine saying, the sun in the sky. Say, try telling yourself you don't believe in the sun in the sky, right? And you don't like the sun, yeah? And then try to avoid the sun at all costs. Yeah, try doing that. Yeah, try see how that works for you. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah? That's how dumb the situation is. I'm God. I'm the source of all power. I created everybody. I'm the creator. Yeah? I'm the discontent creator. Yeah, I'm unhappy. I'm pissed off. I'm God, and the problem is, Adam and Eve, well, they decided they wanted to be me. And everyone else wants to do the same thing. They hate the fact that I'm God. They hate the fact that they're not God. That's the thing. They hate that they are not me. Yeah, they want to be me. And I want people to, that's the thing. I showed people love. What more do, I told people, lay your treasures up in heaven. Yeah? Those who love me, I love them. And they will be rewarded. Given eternal life. But instead, the vast majority of people, all they want to do is try to knock me off my throne. That's all they want to do. And they all want to do it at the same time. They all want to fight. So billions of people are all trying to fight to have the number one spot, my seat, my authority. Yeah. They want my position. That you cannot do that. It doesn't work like that. The fact is, I'm God, and that's it. I'm the only God that exists. It's me. Man cannot make himself God. Okay? Man cannot make himself me. He can try to do witchcraft against me, to try to absorb as much of my power as possible. Yeah, he can do that. He's been doing that for a long time. And I will put a stop to that, so that doesn't happen any longer. People were given a long time to get right with me, but they didn't. Some perhaps, yeah. Most didn't. And there are a lot of people, they're very unhappy that they couldn't, that's the thing, people, they can't meet my expectations, so they get bitter, angry, jealous, hateful towards me. Thinking that, and that, if they're, that's the thing, once your heart becomes hardened to me, you are only interested in trying to destroy me. You're either there's no, you're either on the bad side or you're on the good side. There's no in between. You fall on one side of the fence. It's very strange for me, because it's like, I look at a world and I feel like I'm living in a world of robots. It's kind of like what it's like to be me. I mean, I never used to look at it that way, but I do now. Anyways, have I waffled for long enough? Yeah, I think so. I mean, the thing is that all I do is I keep repeating myself every video, again and again. I mean, do you know what I mean? I've made lots of YouTube shorts, but you know, they're not the important ones. My videos, the long videos, they're the important ones, and I've made probably 100 of those. I mean, this video is more than 4 hours long, so you know, I've got lots of videos that are that long. And how do I get, you know what I mean? Like, I can bet it's so hard to get someone to listen. Nobody wants to. And if someone does listen, you know, they think they treat me like I'm a clown. They treat me like nobody. Yeah, they treat me like, yeah, they don't understand I'm God. They don't get it. So, you know, I've been doing this for a long time, so, you know, I'm very used to it now. Very used to it. It's been a hard life. It's been a hard life. You know, that's the thing though, but at some point, someone is going to watch this video. In fact, I anticipate that millions of people will watch this video. Billions, probably. It'll get billions of views at some point. Well, I probably will get a billion views at some point. I wouldn't be surprised. Well, that's the thing. I'm God, and when everyone figures out who I am, well, guess what they're gonna have to do? They're gonna have to sit. They're gonna have to watch all my videos and hear all the words that came out of my mouth. Yeah. So, you know, I may not be seeing immediate results, but I'm just building a massive playlist for people to watch. Okay. So it's interesting to me to think, you know, like, how far into the future. I mean, it's the 25th of January today, which is, you know, the 2025. So apparently it's in Scotland. It's a Scottish celebration today. It's called Burns Night. I think it's when people eat haggis and that kind of stuff. Robert Burns was his name. He was a poet. I noticed he had a poem about Loch Ness as well. I was gonna I didn't read it, but yeah, interesting. Robert Burns. Robert Burns. Well, that's the thing. I'm God. I am the all-consuming fire. Yeah? Well, that's an interesting. I mean, you look at the sun in the sky. What's that then? Would you say that's an all-consuming fire? You know, people say, you know, I'm God. I reside in unapproachable white light. Okay? You know, I'm in the light. You cannot approach. Basically. Yeah? Something like that. Isn't it interesting? There's a movie called Sunshine, and the film is about people flying to the sun in order to bomb the sun with a massive nuclear payload. Yeah. And that's titled Sunshine. Yeah. See, the title is very important because, because before that, well, the sunshine is sunshine, yeah? But now, sunshine is a crazy story about some people flying to the sun, and all that stuff, right? The scene with Pinbacker. Are you an angel? That film freaked me. I remember when I first watched that film. I had a ketamine addiction back then as well, so I was totally spaced out on ketamine dust. And wow, I was like, whoa, freaky. Pinbacker. Pinbacker. And what's he trying to do? He's trying to stop them from delivering the payload to the sun. Okay? So this is very simple. It's very similar. Well, that's the thing, Moses, he sexually assaults me from behind. Pinbacker, he's in the film. You kind of compare him to the idea of Satan, yeah. The synagogue of Satan, where they sat their asses on the chair. They sat their anus on the chair of Moses. Yeah, synagogue of Satan, chair of Moses. Yeah. But the idea is that the payload has to be delivered to the sun because the sun is dying. Okay? Yeah, that's the thing. I am. That's the thing. Well, I already told you my connection to the death card in the tarot deck, but the fact is that the world is too busy robbing me. Yeah, robbing them. Well, that's the thing. Robert Burns. Yeah, Robert Burns. You want to rob God, do you? The all-consuming fire. You know what I'm saying? It all connects. It's all word battle. But this is the thing. I mean, even I'm not going to mention. Yeah. But the film Sunshine is, well, to me it was a very, well, that's the thing. Movies reflect who I am. I'm God. Okay. All that stuff. It's all trying to, the movie Sunshine. It's about trying to steal my power from me. That's what it is. It's trying to absorb my energy. It's trying to take my story and symbolize it and change names and places, and they want it so they can twist my story. Okay? So they can use it for their purposes. That's the rocks and the stones talking of me. Okay? The world speaks of me even though it hates me and wishes that I was dead. Because it has to. Because in order to kill me with magic, you have to reflect me. You have to, well, that's the thing. To attack me with magic, that's what it looks like. Yeah? You have to, talk about my story or about me in some way and twist the story, and, that's trying to attack me with magic. Okay? I mean, I made the point about, how a dog sniffs another dog's butt. It's almost like the dog is seeking out God, because the reverse of the dog, well, the word God is dog reversed, right? I mean, the entire creation speaks of me. That's the thing. The entire everything that I created, it speaks of me in some way. It has my signature on it everywhere. Even in the most bizarre things. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. If it's a bizarre thing, you're less likely to think about it. You're less likely to consider it as useful information. You're just gonna say, "Oh no, that's ridiculous," and that's the thing. Nobody ever seen it. They walk past it, thinking, "No, that's ridiculous," or "That's a stupid idea." Strange that, isn't it? Oof. That's really how it goes. But who would have thought the butt was so important? How strange, huh? Well, you've seen the film The Matrix. The Matrix, What do they have on the back of their heads? Well, they have a porthole located on the back of their heads, and they put those things into the back of their heads. Yeah, it's the back of the head. Yeah, the back. Well, that's the thing. The most important part of a man's back is his butthole, because it's a magic hole. Specifically in my case, okay, because I'm good. I'm not saying my cousin's good. I'm saying because I'm good. I mean, that's interesting. I've got 2 cousins as well, right? B is 2. Because I'm good. No, I'm not saying that my cousins are good. I'm saying I'm good. My cousins are a pair of arseholes, a pair of shitheads. Yeah? Going straight to the lake of fire. I mean, imagine screaming and crying and nobody cared. Nobody heard you. Or people were trying to impersonate you and pretend that they were you. And that your suffering was their suffering. Yeah? Imagine the entire world trying to do that to you. Imagine the entire world. It didn't matter how much you suffered, the entire world just leached off your energy like evil vampires. But that's that's one way of explaining what my life is like. And so, when terrible things happen to people, I don't tend to feel so bad about it. I don't, especially children. I don't like seeing terrible things happening to children, obviously, but I know things will happen and are happening at the moment. It's how it goes. It's what happens. It's a sad fact, but it is what it is. I've pleaded with man and woman. What more can I do? What else would you have me do, huh? Do you want me to, do you know what I mean? Should I just wipe out the entirety of, do you know what I mean? Maybe I get the moon to crash into the earth or something like that, and then just everyone dies, everything dies? Or something like that? I mean, what should I do? Think of all the bad things that have happened. I mean, think about COVID, for instance, right? COVID, or, tyranny, World War I, World War II, communism. All these sorts of things, right? Persecution, disease, death, poverty, wars, famine. Take your pick. How much of that stuff has to happen? What has to happen? before people change their ways. Well, that's the thing, you know. Most people will never change. They do not want to change. They have no intention of ever changing. So when I say, you know, probably 99% of the world's population are going into the lake of fire, well, that's probably true. Probably true. I certainly would not be surprised. I mean, the thing is that people really need to understand that they've been blessed in so many ways, and that to, you know, and that blessing, you know, that's the thing. When I bless people, you know, I suffer to bless people, right? I mean, I have suffered blessing people. I have suffered a lot so people can be happy. Yet most people don't care. They're like, who gives a shit? You know, like, you know, like, that's how it is. Okay? I mean, my destiny is my destiny. You know, I'm God, and I will always be God. And I will rule, and I will reign forever and ever. I live forever, even when I die. Yeah. So, you know, there's no escape from that. People can complain about it and cry about it, but it is what it is. I've tried to love people. If people still hate me, even after I've been nice to them, polite to them, loving to them, forgiving of them, well, it's their problem. You know, I don't have to feel bad about it. I don't have to feel bad about how well I treated people, do I? People are going to have to face the fact that they're evil. And that's it. You know, they all have to just deal with that. And, you know, they'll be in a very dark place where they won't want to be. I mean, the fact is that Adam and Eve started, you know, what they did. You know, they chose to try to usurp me. You know, they tried to replace me. You know, they wanted to be God. They wanted to be me. They were attacking me. Okay, that's an attack on me. I'm God. If you try to take my place, that's attacking me. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, unless I told you you could sit on my throne, no. You know, if I told you, you know, if that's what, you know, that's the thing. What did I say? I mean, those who overcome, those who I love and love me, those who I choose, you know, they will be made kings. You know, that's the thing. You know, it's going to be something like that, right? You know, I will reward them. Okay, because they prove, you know, they prove that they're worthy. Okay. You know, in my eyes, you know, if they love me, then if they really do love me, then they're worthy. You know, I'm happy to, you know, I will want to reward them. But people don't, most people don't want that. They don't want it. They don't care. Excuse me. Frogs. Ribbit. Ribbit. So that's the thing, right? So Eve, the rib, yeah. Apparently. Well, you know, well, some would say side, some say rib. Depends what translation you follow, I suppose. Oh. Okay, so, but that's the thing, you know, Adam and Eve, they chose to do that. And then they had children, you know, and that's the thing, you know, when parents have children, well, you know, that curse is there. You know what I'm saying? Like, children tend to follow after their parents. You know, that happens a lot, doesn't it? Yeah. And so, you know, what should I have done with Adam and Eve? I mean, I could have just destroyed them. I could have just said, bye. You know, but I didn't. I sent them to this universe, this world, right? I put them in the world where the ground is cursed for their sake. Because the ground is cursed so that they would learn. Okay? The world is designed in such a way that, you know, like I said, you know, if you don't love me, you know, if all you're trying to do is steal my destiny from me, you know, you think you want to be God, well, all you're doing is, you know, well, that's the thing, you know, that's the test, you know, that's, the ground is cursed. You know, if you're of the world, you're of the ground. The ground's cursed. Okay? Ground is cursed for your sake, so you will learn. Who's God? Not you. You understand? You understand? Well, that's the thing, right? That's the other thing, isn't it? I mean, what, you know, well, if I go outside, well, you know, I'm sitting inside here, I've got my feet on the carpet. Yeah, my feet are on the carpet. You know, I'm wearing socks. But, you know, if I go outside, you know, I can go walk on the grass. Grass. Well, that's the thing, grass. Yeah, grass, and there's the mud. You know, understand. Well, if you understand, you're, well, does that mean, are you what's underneath the feet? So maybe you're under, you know, carpet, or the grass, or the mud, or the stones, or the rocks, the sand. Yeah? Do you understand? Yeah? Isn't it interesting? Because that's the thing, I was Jesus. What did I walk on? Oh yeah, that's right. I walked on water, didn't I? I walked on water. That's right. I did. Yeah. Understand? Water. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, have you heard of Luke Skywalker, have you? Oh yeah, he apparently he walks in the sky. Apparently. Luke. Luke with your eyeballs. Well, that's the thing. Who's Luke? I'm Luke. Yeah. Luke. In that sense, yeah. Or lucky. Maybe you could say lucky. Lucky or Luke. Luke. Lukewarm. Yeah, lukewarm. You understand why man does what he does? The problem is pride and ego. I mean, that's the thing, right? Because in Koine Greek, the way you say I am is ego, E-G-O. So people have a problem with their egos, do they? Yeah, they do, don't they? Yeah. I mean, and also that's the thing, right? Because, well, that's the thing, you know. If someone farts or does a poo, right? You know, quite often they say it smells like a rotten egg. You know, it smells like egg or something. You know, oh, did you lay a rotten egg? Well, that's the thing, ego, right? So I am, that's the thing, you know, oh well, it was written in Greek, but obviously I probably would have spoken in Aramaic. Isn't that an interesting language? That's the thing, right? Because I was called the lamb, you know, and the lamb becomes the ram, right? Well, something like that, right? So Aram, or Aramaic. It's an interesting word. So hopefully you understand. Hopefully you understand that language is full of code. There's a gigantic puzzle to be solved. And I've done my best to explain as much as I can. I can't, what more can I, you know. I mean, what do you think, you know, that film, The Matrix, you know, what's that talking about? When it talks, you know, Neo, he can read the code, yeah? And obviously, you know, what's Neo? Well, that's the thing, right? You know, there was Nero, the Roman emperor, Nero, right? I think it was, anyways, whatever, right? Sounded like a real piece of shit. And then, you know, you have Captain Nemo from oh, that's an interesting thought, actually. I used to have a DVD burning software called Nero, actually. Yeah, I did, actually. Oh, yeah. That was a long time ago. But anyway, Nemo, so Captain Nemo, he was in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. And then there's the film called Finding Nemo, you know, the fish. And so Neo is in those words, right? And knee, well, that's the thing, if you get down on your knees, right? So it's you know, it has sexual connotations, right? You know, it's Neo, right? Yeah. So like, you know, think doggy style, yeah. Neo. Neo is the one. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. People are constantly trying to do sex magic to try it. You know what I mean? It's all about trying to steal my identity and power by just doing the most basic things. It's trying to curse me and do witchcraft against me to bind me, so to make things difficult for me. So, you know, the idea that, you know, people will go into the lake of fire, you know, they'll be bound in chains and they will be tormented forever and ever. Well, why do you think that is? Why do you think? Yeah, do you not understand what I'm saying? You know, people think they can torture God and then expect God not to torture them in return. Specifically when he said he would. Yeah. And I'm here and I'm warning people. I've been warning people for years. And still nobody listens. You know? If someone had come to me and said, hey, you know what? I changed my mind, good. Sorry. Is there anything I can do to, you know, can I be your servant? Can I help you? I love you. You know? But nope. Not a single person. Still waiting. So. Anyways, I've had enough. My ears are getting sore from these earbuds. Been wearing them too much, I think. Need to give my ears a rest. And I need to make some food because I'm hungry. I'm very hungry. Yeah. So, I shall leave it there. So I hope someone gets to watch this at some point and actually take what I'm saying seriously. I don't mean steal it, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay. Ta-ta then.